and we are set to resume the hearing that we adjourned on October the 13th in the case of in the matter of the application of Evergy Metro, Inc., DBA Evergy Missouri Metro for approval of a transportation electrification portfolio. That file, of course, was consolidated with ET-2021-0269. This file is, the lead file is ET-2021-0151. We already took entries of appearance in the case, so what I want to point is take roll and see who we do have with us at this point in time. I'll just go down my list. Do we have someone? I believe we do, from the Office of Public Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. John Kleiser for Office of Public Counsel. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for stating your name. Let's be reminded, all of us, not just the witnesses, but the attorneys as well, to state your name when you begin to speak. Do we have somebody from ChargePoint today?
Yes, good morning, Judge Graham. Scott Dunbar is here on behalf of ChargePoint.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Do we have someone for Evergy Missouri Metro and Evergy Missouri West?
Yes, Judge, this is Jim Fisher, and I think also on the line are Roger Steiner and our team in Kansas City.
So,
Thank you very much.
Judge, this is Roger Steiner. We're actually having some of our teams having trouble signing on. Is there a password that we need? I'm able to sign on, but other people aren't. To
let me go and see how I did it, which may or may not work for other people. I don't know why it wouldn't, but I'm on by telephone because that's the least problematical for me. And the phone number that I use is 1-650-479-3207. And then there's a PIN or whatever you want to call it. And if you'll take this down, it's longer. It's 246-180-10821. Then you hit the hash mark and ask again for you to enter a meeting number. If you will just hit the hash mark again, you'll come on. Now, my IT department has been listening to me talk, and they have just sent me a message that I don't know if it's apropos. I'm assuming it is. Let me, bear with me, I'll get over to it. Looks like I'm told, well, they just sent me a number 0151.
so that might be the meeting number 0151.
Well, there's a meeting also told that in a different context, and I just told you, is that Mr. Steiner talking? Mr.
It
Steiner,
is.
I told you how I got on through my telephone.
Yeah.
The meeting number, let's start again if we're going to use a different portal. The meeting number is 2461 801 0821. I'm going to read that again because I fouled it up. 2461 801 0821. Then after that, there is a password 0151.
All right, we'll try that.
Okay. Well, let's proceed, and we continue to have difficulties. We will endeavor to address them. All right. Now, we had not completed our role with attorneys. I know that Liberty was. Go ahead, Mr. Steiner.
I'm sorry, should have been muted.
Oh, okay. know if anybody's here from Liberty. I know Diane Carter. Is there anyone here from Liberty? Anyone for Midwest Energy Consumer Group?
Morning, Your Honor. David Woodsmall for MECG.
Good morning, sir. Natural Resources Defense Council?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Rubenstein here for NRDC as well as Sierra Club.
Yes, I was thinking you might be here for Sierra Club as well.
Yes.
Renew Missouri,
Morning, Judge. Tim Opitz for Renew Missouri.
okay. Anyone here for Spire today? Anyone here for Ameren today? Okay, have I missed anyone?
Judge, Nicole Mers is on for staff.
I don't know why I just excluded staff from this hearing. Let me.
Hey, Judge, this is Commissioner Holzman as well.
Good morning, Commissioner. Welcome. Okay. Before we resume, and I believe that staff is up with its next witness, Claire Eubanks, but before we proceed with testimony, are there any preliminary matters that we should address? Although we are in the midst of the hearing, but we've been through a long weekend. Anything I need to address or that the commission needs to address before we start out with the witnesses? Okay, I will tell you now, and I will repeat at the end of the hearing, and I may very well issue an order because of exhibits and the way that they did come in last week, and because I was receiving exhibits by email from several of you after we stopped the hearing last week, that I will be asking you to get together and prepare a joint list of exhibits which you all agree that were offered and accepted into evidence, into the record. I will repeat that request at the end of this hearing, but I'm giving you a heads up now about it so that you can be thinking about it. With the issues that we've had because of WebEx and so forth, I want to make sure we do housekeeping a couple of times on this before we get away. Okay, that was the only preliminary matter at this point that I had down to address here. Is staff prepared to go forward at this time with their witnesses, and specifically, I believe, with Claire Eubanks?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, why don't you introduce Ms. Eubanks, and after you do, I'll have her state and spell her name, and then I will administer the oath.
Your Honor, the staff calls Claire Eubanks to the stand.
All right, Ms. Eubanks, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. If you will spell your name, then we'll administer the oath.
Claire Eubanks, CLAIRE-EUBANKS.
All right, Ms. Eubanks, if you will raise your right hand, I will swear you in. Ms. Eubanks, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may proceed with your questioning.
Ms. Eubanks, where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed with the Missouri Public Service Commission as the manager of the Engineering Analysis Department.
And are you the same Claire Eubanks who prepared or caused to be prepared the portions of the staff rebuttal report marked as Exhibit 100 in public and confidential forms?
Yes.
And do you have anything that you wish to correct in your testimony?
I do. On page 25, line 9, there's a rule reference that I would like to correct. It should read 20 CSR 4240-20.045 parentheses 2 close parentheses C close parentheses.
And is that the only change you wish to make?
Yes.
And with that change in mind, if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And with the change, is the information in that document true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Your Honor, staff is going to hold off on offering the staff rebuttal report until all contributing staff members have taken the stand, but we will go ahead and tender Ms. Eubanks for cross at this point.
All right. Council, be reminded, I believe that you did the same thing with your last witness, with Sarah Lang. With respect to your exhibit, you did not offer it. I'm just pointing that out for housekeeping purposes.
Okay, thank you,
all
Judge.
right. Okay. I believe the order of witnesses pursuant to a filed agreement reached by counsel in this case indicates that the Office of Public Counsel will take up cross-examination of Ms. Eubanks first. Is OPC ready to proceed with cross?
We are, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, you may proceed, Advisor.
John Kleiser on behalf of the OPC. Good morning, Ms. Eubanks.
Good morning.
Do you have a copy of staff's rebuttal report in front of you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 29 for me?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you just first verify for me that you are the party responsible for the development of Table 7?
I am.
And just for the record, it is correct to say that Table 7 represents potential cost estimates for the additional 72 charging stations that Evergy has not identified. Is that correct?
So they have not identified any locations of any charging stations, save the streetlight project. So, but this table represents the 72 stations they didn't identify any need for.
Okay. And it's the cost of building those stations. I just want to make sure I understand what the table is.
Yes, and also, line extensions.
So my question to you very simply is it accurate to say that this table, that there are distribution costs which may not be included in this table?
In staff's estimate?
Correct.
Yeah, so staff used the information that Evergy provided in their work papers to develop this table to provide a range for the commission to see what those 72 stations could possibly cost. So my understanding is there's some limited facilities upgrades included in Evergy's estimates based on their experience with the Clean Charge Network. But certainly what they provided in work papers was a range of costs. So to the extent, there could be potential costs that are not accounted for because the site locations are not known. Does that help?
That does help. Thank you very much. That was my only question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Check back to my list here. I show that MECG is the next party up for cross-examination.
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Woods-Small. Does Sierra Club or NRDC have questions for the witness?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Renew Missouri, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Does Charge Point have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I show that the others, let's go to Evergy. Does Evergy have questions for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge. This is Jim
Okay.
Fisher.
Yeah, Mr. Fisher, I believe you said you had no questions.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from any of the commissioners? Okay, I have just a few. Ms. Eubanks, we need some help clearing up some things about some terms here. Are you familiar with the term NEMA 14-50? Do you know that phrase? NEMA? The numbers are 14-50.
Yes, I am familiar with that term.
All right, thank you. Ms. Eubanks, can you confirm that NEMA, N-E-M-A, stands for the National Electrical Manufacturers Association?
That is my recollection, yes.
Okay, and are you able to tell us what a NEMA 14-50 is? And
So
what its differentiation?
Oh, go ahead.
Are you able to? No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. Are you able to tell us what it is?
Yeah, so it's referring to the type of outlet that, to the best of my recollection, that Evergy is proposing for one of their rebates. And I guess a good way to think of it is similar to an outlet that you would install for a dryer in your home.
Is there a difference in the way it's configured physically in the prongs or something like that, just so we can
Yes.
envision?
Sure. So you're familiar with a regular plug where you would charge your cell phone, and that has two prongs. So where you plug in your dryer, there's usually, 3 prongs.
Okay. I'm familiar with that. Are you asking the questions now? I'll answer them as long as I know the answers. Were you going to differentiate a NEMA from what we might think of as an ordinary, let's say, dryer or air conditioner plug?
So I think the distinction would be the not just NEMA, because NEMA is an organization. So it's the whole phrase, the NEMA, and I'm sorry, I think it's 50P. Is that correct?
14-50, the number.
50.
NEMA
1450. I apologize.
Yeah.
So it's the whole phrase would be what you want to clarify.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I do not know the NEMA rating off the top of my head for a regular outlet plug.
Okay. Well, I think you've helped here. Let me say this, and you tell me if I'm wrong, if I get this wrong. But NEMA refers, to your recollection, to the National Electrical Manufacturers Association on the one hand, and on the other hand, the term NEMA 1450 actually refers to a design.
Yeah, a specific type of plug.
Same design or other, this is a rating, but this may be manufactured by a number of manufacturers. Is that a fair statement? Have I got it right?
Yes, it would be an outlet manufactured by multiple manufacturers.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I understand that the NEMA 1450 outlets are used for electrical vehicle charging. Can they be used for anything else? If you know.
They could be used for other, they're very similar to your dryer plug that you would have in your home.
So other appliances could be hooked up to a NEMA 1450 outlet. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification on some terminology here. Now, turning a different direction, if the commission were to support the residential electrical vehicle outlet program, are you able to tell us why doesn't staff support charge points recommended modifications to the program to require rebates be based on either the purchase of an electrical vehicle charging unit or a NEMA outlet. Are you able to address that question?
So staff witness Sarah Laney is the witness who supported staff's report on the program designs. So that question would be better answered by Ms. Laney.
By Ms. Lange's side? All right. Any other witness that we could direct that question to? She has testified.
Yes. So possibly Robin Cleathermas also.
Thank you very much. Aside from anything already mentioned, if the commission were to approve an electrical vehicle pilot program, what do you think would be useful data or metrics for the commission and stakeholders to get from the pilot? And what terms or requirements for the pilot would help get that information? Can you address that question?
Yeah, briefly. So staff has stipulated in other cases, such as Amren's electrical vehicle portfolio, ET-2021-0152, and that had a number of things that staff and parties in that case were interested in learning from their program. So I would suggest that as an example.
And you're referring us to staff's report on this?
No, I believe it was in the stipulation and agreement.
The stipulation and agreement. I'm sorry, I'm having a moment here. What stipulation and agreement are you referring to?
It in case number ET-2018-0132.
All right. Okay. So that's what you would refer me to, or refer the commission to.
Yes.
Okay, now for the transportation network proposal, does staff have any recommendations on conditions or requirements that should be added in order to ensure that Evergy works with rideshare providers? Are you able to address that question?
So Evergy's proposal in this case was to dedicate some of the CCN Clean Charge Network stations for rideshare programs. They have not identified any rideshare programs or rideshare companies that they would intend to work with for those charging stations. And they haven't really made it clear as to, are those charging stations only used by rideshare companies? And what the program structure would be. So, I mean, it is difficult for staff to make a recommendation to the commission because there's really nothing there except that there would be 4 stations and they'd be for rideshare companies.
All right. All right, that's fair. Thank you. Now, for the highway corridor program, are there locations, requirements, or conditions that should be added to the pilot program in order to avoid redundancies with sites selected by Electrify America or DNR's VW settlement program? Are you able to address that question?
So Evergy's proposal in this case has 2 pieces that refer to highway corridors. One piece is the actual highway program that would be utilized for third-party installers, not owned by Evergy. And then also they proposed to use part of the Clean Charge Network cap towards highway corridor stations. So I think you were asking about the program and not the Clean Charge Network stations. Right. And staff witnesses Sarah Laney and Robin Cleathermas are more familiar with the program designs.
All right, thank you very much. That is all the questions that I have. Let's go back now and see whether on the basis of my questions, whether there's any further recross here. Does OPC have any further questions for this witness?
Very briefly, Your Honor, yes. Again, Kleiser for OPC.
Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Kleiser.
That last question you were asked, Ms. Eubanks, regarding the location or other parameters, you addressed it in terms of the rebate program. Has Evergy identified any location or parameters related to the CCN network expansion, the CC network expansion?
Sure. So they identified preliminary sites that could possibly work for the highway corridor clean charge network locations. Several of those sites were potentially outside of their service territory. But, there's not a specific, street crossing or piece of property identified at this point in time. Does that answer your question?
I believe it does. Thank you. And is there anything in place currently that would prevent redundancies from federal funding related to the clean charge network expansion?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Does Sierra Club or NRDC have any follow-up recross?
We do not. Thank you.
Does Renew Missouri have any recross? Is
No, thank you,
Renew
Judge.
Missouri, do you have any recross?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear well. Charge Point, any recross?
No questions, thank you.
Does Evergy have any recross?
This is Jim Fisher. No, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Staff, is there any redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Eubanks, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is staff ready to proceed? I show that our next witness is Kimberly Bowen. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ready to proceed with that witness?
Yes, staff is ready to proceed with Ms. Bullen.
Why don't you introduce her, and then I'll have her spell her name and administer the oath.
Your Honor, staff would call Kimberly Bullen to the stand.
Ms. Bowen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes. Would you state your full name and spell it for us, and then I'll administer the oath.
My name is Kimberly Bolin. Bolin is spelled B-O-L-I-N.
Okay, Ms. Bowen, would you raise your right hand and I'll administer the oath? Ms. Bowen, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may proceed. Counsel?
Sorry, Judge. I was having a little bit of difficulties there, but Ms. Bullen, can you explain what capacity and where you're employed at?
I am employed with the Missouri Public Service Commission, and I am the manager of the auditing department.
And are you the same Kimberly Bullen who prepared or caused to be prepared portions of the staff rebuttal report that is marked as Exhibit 100 in confidential and public format?
Yes, I am.
And do you have anything that you wish to correct on that testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is the information in that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would tender Ms. Bullen for cross.
All right. Bear with me just a minute. All right, I'm showing that the Office of Public Counsel is listed as the first party to do cross-examination. Is OPC ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. Kleiser.
Mr. Kleiser, on behalf of the Office of Public Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Boland.
Good morning, Mr. Kleiser.
Am I correct in understanding that your contribution to the staff report included the discussion of the request for an accounting authority order, also known as AAO?
Yes,
And is my understanding correct that the company is requesting a 5-year amortization to recover costs that would be recorded as AAO as part of this application?
that is what Evergy is requesting, yes.
And staff is opposed to that 5-year amortization determination in this case, correct?
That is correct. We believe it should be decided later in a actual rate case.
All right, I think just 3 simple questions. First, you would agree with me that there's no direct correlation between the length of a program and the amortization period? No necessary correlation. Let me specify it that way. Would you agree with me that there's no necessary correlation between the length of a program and the amortization period?
Yes, I would.
Second, is the commission failing to make a determination as to the amortization period for the AAO in this case going to prohibit, prevent, or otherwise hinder execution of the program?
No, it will not.
And finally, are you familiar with the Ameren electrification case ET-2018-0132?
I am familiar with it.
In that case, did Ameren also request a similar accounting authority order?
I believe they did, yes.
And did the commission order an amortization period in the electrification application case for that accounting authority order?
No, they did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Does MECG have any questions for Ms. Boland?
Questions, Your Honor.
I believe you said no questions.
Correct. I have no questions.
All right. Does Sierra Club or NRDC have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Does Renew Missouri have questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Charge Point, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Does Evergy have any questions?
This is Jim Fisher. We have no questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Since we did have some cross, I'm going to ask if there's redirect at this point. The redirect from
No.
staff to this.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Boland.
Thank you.
All right. Next, I have Jay Lubert. Is Jay Lubert, what's Jay Lubert's first name, staff counsel?
I'm sorry, Judge, could you repeat that? You broke up a little bit.
Okay, witness Lubert. What's the first name? Help me with that.
It is the letter J.
Okay. This witness ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why don't you introduce the witness and we'll go from there.
Your Honor, staff would call Jay Lubert to the stand.
All right, would you spell your full name and I'll administer the oath?
It's the letter J, Lubert, L-U-E-B-B-E-R-T.
And Mr. Lubert, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Mr. Lubert, do you solemnly or do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Mr. Lubert, where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am an associate engineer for the Missouri Public Service Commission staff.
Are you the same Jay Lubert who prepared or caused to be prepared portions of the staff rebuttal report that has been marked as Exhibit 100 in confidential and public format?
Yes, I am.
Do you have anything you wish to correct in your testimony?
No, there's not.
And if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is the information in that document true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, staff would tender Mr. Lubert for cross.
Okay, what exhibit were you referring to?
Exhibit 100, the staff rebuttal report.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I show the Office of Public Counsel again as the first party for cross-examination. Is OPC ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor. And yes, we have questions.
Okay, Mr. Kleiser, you may proceed.
John Kleiser, Office of Public Counsel. Good morning, Mr. Lubert.
Good morning.
Mr. Lubert, do you have a copy of the testimony of Evergy witness Timothy Nelson in front of you?
I can if you'll give me just a moment. What page?
Well, I hadn't said the page yet, but I was going to ask questions on page 4.
This is a rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay.
Before I go any further, just to confirm, you are the staff witness primarily responsible for the portions of staff's report that concerned avoided costs, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's some discussion here effectively regarding the MIA program, which I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I have done my best to try and avoid MIA, so this is confusing to me. But just at a high level, I want to confirm some of the things that Mr. Nelson says. So,
Okay.
On page 4 of Mr. Nelson's testimony, at line 7, he states that staff did not actually propose any avoided capacity cost values in this case. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, it is.
And turning to page 5, at lines 14 through 22, I don't want to read the entire thing into the record. Can you confirm to me that the statements made by Mr. Nelson on lines 14 through 22 are correct as well?
Give me just a moment to read.
Absolutely. Please take your time.
And what was your question?
Effectively, do you agree with this statement?
No, I don't. There are several things that I don't agree with within that section of his testimony. The first of which is that our position is unsubstantiated and unsupported. So, let's see. The first quote, I believe that Mr. Nelson takes from my testimony, or I guess it's a second one that says, each megawatt reduced by DSM implementation does not necessarily result in realized cost avoidance, but substantial increases in load are much more likely to cause additional costs attributable to the incremental load. So I think what needs to be understood here is that there is an absolute difference between an avoided cost that might occur through implementation of a demand side program and cost to serve new load. Within the context of a review of a general rate case, the cost to serve a given rate class is scrutinized and reviewed pretty heavily. In this case, there's absolutely potential for incremental costs. And the cost to serve the new rate classes needs to have a full class cost of service study performed in order to come up with reasonable allocations. Simply to apply an avoided cost value that was ordered in a previous MIA case really doesn't have much context within within the context of the potential for load building. A megawatt reduced by an energy efficiency program is not the same as a megawatt of load added, especially when you consider the potential for specific locations on a system.
Thank you. So, and I'm going to try, I don't mean to inappropriately paraphrase here, but is it therefore accurate to state that Evergy is conflating MIA analysis and electrification analysis inappropriately?
I would say so.
And you would agree with me that there's a potential for an electrification program and an energy efficiency program like MIA to have directly contradictory results?
Yeah, there's certainly a potential for it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Does MECG have any cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
Does Sierra Club or NRDC have cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does Renew Missouri have cross?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does Charge Point have cross?
No questions. Thank you.
Does Evergy have cross-examination?
This is Jim Fisher. We have no questions for Mr. Lubert.
All right, are there questions from the commission? All right. Counsel, is there any redirect for this witness in light of the questions that Mr. Kleiser asked?
Very briefly.
Proceed.
Mr. Lubert, counsel, this is Nicole Mercer, staff. And Mr. Lubert, counsel for OPC was asking you some statements about Mr. Nelson's testimony. Do you recall?
I do.
And do you recall the portions of the testimony that reference staff's avoided costs as being unsubstantiated?
I do.
How did staff support its avoided cost analysis in this case?
We didn't do an avoided cost analysis. Adding load to a system is not going to avoid capacity costs. It's that simple.
And for staff's conclusions in the MIA Cycle 3 report, did we also provide an explanation there?
Yeah, we certainly did. In staff's analysis for the MIA Cycle 3 application, my recommendation was based on the fact that the modeling provided demonstrated that there would not be avoided costs in that case until I believe the date was 2032. I may be off by a year there. And really it's just not an apples to apples comparison when you're looking at this case compared to that MIA application.
Well, you predicted my last question, so I will stop right there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I believe our next witness is, thank you very much, Mr. Lubert. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I believe our next witness from staff is Robin Cleathermos. Ms. Cleathermos, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may introduce her. I'll ask her to spell her name and administer the oath, and you can proceed.
Staff would call Ms. Robin Cleathermos to the stand.
All right, Ms. Cleathermos, would you State your full name and spell it, please.
Sure. Robin, R-O-B-I-N, Cleathermes, K-L-I-E-T-H-E-R-M-E-S.
All right, thank you. If you'll raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Ms. Cleathermes, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Ms. Cleathermes, where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed at the Missouri Public Service Commission as the manager of the Tariff and Rate Design Department.
And are you the same Robin Cleathermes who prepared or to be prepared portions of the staff rebuttal report marked as Exhibit 100 in confidential and public versions, as well as the rebuttal testimony of Robin Cleathermes, Exhibit 101 in its public format?
I am.
And do you have anything you wish to correct in your testimony?
I do. On page 3, on line 7, it reads Evergy, Missouri East. It should be Evergy, Missouri Metro. And on line 17 of same page, number 3, it reads Evergy, Missouri East, and it needs to read Evergy, Missouri Metro. And then,
is that in?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Cleathermes, but can you clarify, is that in the staff rebuttal report or in your rebuttal testimony?
Sorry, that is the rebuttal report.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And then lastly, on page 17 of the staff rebuttal report, it's going to be line 17. And again, it reads Evergy, Missouri East, and it should read Evergy, Missouri Metro. And that is all the corrections I have.
Thank you. With those corrections in mind, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the information in that document with the corrections true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, staff would offer Exhibit 100, the staff rebuttal report, in both confidential and public versions, as well as Exhibit 101, the rebuttal testimony of Ms. Robin Cleathermes.
All right, say the exhibit number again. I cut out there.
No problem. Exhibit 100 is the staff rebuttal report, and that is available in both a public and confidential version. And Exhibit 101 is only available in a public format, and it is the rebuttal testimony of Robin Cleathermes.
All right, are there any objections to Exhibits 100 and 101? Are you asking me to, at this point in time, make any orders or with respect to the confidentiality component of any of these exhibits? Or are you simply offering them in?
Yes, I'm simply offering, but just for the clarification, I know sometimes people do confidential as a separate exhibit number, so just for the clarity of the record that both formats will be 101 or 100.
Okay, so insofar as the record is concerned, we are talking about Exhibit 100. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any objections to Exhibit 100? Hearing none, the record will reflect that Exhibit 100 is admitted into evidence and into the record. Anything further?
Staff would then move that Exhibit 101 would also be entered into the record.
Okay, any objections to Exhibit 101, 101? Okay, the record will reflect that Exhibit 101 has been admitted into evidence.
At this point, staff would I apologize. Go ahead, Your Honor.
I was just tendering the witness. Yes,
staff would tender the witness for cross.
All right. Does the Office of Public Counsel have questions for this witness?
We do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
John Kleiser on behalf of the Office of Public Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Cleathermos.
Good morning.
Is it correct for me to understand that you were primarily responsible for drafting the portion of staff reports related to Evergy's new proposed rates for this case?
Yes.
All right, that's my first line of questioning relates to those rates. Evergy is proposing rates for the charging of electric vehicle transportation and for businesses to charge their electric fleets. Is that a fair assessment of the two new rate proposals?
Yes.
Is it correct to say that existing electric vehicles in Evergy's service territory are already capable of being charged off of Evergy's existing rates?
Yes. So yes. So customers who currently, so businesses who currently have charging facilities that they own are currently being billed under currently tariffed rates for Evergy.
So then it is correct to say that these rates, these proposed rates, are not offering a new service?
No, unless you're defining the TOU option of it as a new service, but otherwise customers who have electric vehicle charging, but business customers are already being served on tariffs. So these are not offering a new electric service.
And are these rates being offered as part of a pilot program?
They are not. So the rate tariffs, the business EV charging service tariff and the electric transit service tariff are not part of the transportation electrification pilot program. They are separate tariffs. They do not, one thing to clarify is that the transportation electrification pilot tariff had the recommended start after a certain date. And the business EV charging service tariff and the transit service tariff, those tariffs are not identified as pilots, and they do not have a start after a certain period date within that tariff sheet.
Thank you, Ms. Cleathermos. I'm going to move on to rate design. Is it correct that you are a good witness to ask questions regarding the rate design?
That is correct.
Evergy is proposing to use the large general service, sometimes referred to as LGS rate, for electric vehicle charging. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You would agree with me that it's not necessarily appropriate for an LGS rate to be applied for all electric vehicle chargers, correct?
That is correct. And staff, as we said in our report, that it's, there's different size chargers, that it's not reasonable to use one estimate, and frankly, there's no data to say that that is a reasonable estimate, because there's no data to say what customers may or may not be taking service on this tariff. And so it is very concerning that that would be used to develop these rates.
Now, this may be a fairly obvious point, but just to make sure it's clear, you would agree with me that if an estimate was used that wasn't representative of the actual class taking service, you would have significant impact to the revenue that could be generated from that rate.
Yes. So because there's so many unknowns and not enough information provided in Evergy's application as it is filed, there could be significant revenue impact. There could also be, as I stated earlier, business customers with EV charging are currently served on a tariffed rate within Evergy currently. They could switch over to this rate and now create revenue problems or revenue differences from the revenues and billing determinants that were established in Evergy's last rate case.
Thank you, Ms. Cleathermos. I'm going to move on to the commercial rebate program. The commercial rebate program, as proposed by Evergy, includes incentives or rebates for multiple different tracks. Would you agree with me on that? And by tracks, I'm referring to highway versus around town versus multifamily, et cetera.
Yes, that is correct.
And the program as currently proposed does not actually require the amount of money set forth for each of those tracks to be used for that tract, correct?
So there are not, that is correct. There is not a tariff provision that limits the amount of the budget to be used in the commercial program to be used for those specific areas. So currently, as the tariff is filed, those budgets could be moved around.
And in your opinion, would you conclude that that would be a bad thing?
It would be a concern because I think it was mentioned earlier. So one of the categories under the commercial rebate program is the highway corridor, and the highway corridor emphasis is also in the Clean Charge Network rollout. And so if, depending on where the funding is spent, one area could get way more focus than another area, and where the cost effectiveness comes from could change. Now, one of the problems is that because Evergy's application did not include, based on this program, how many cars they're intending to, I guess, incent or create new electric vehicle charging, it's difficult to see how the change in budget would impact any sort of cost effectiveness, but seemingly it would, and it could put a lot more money in a category that was unintended, or, you know, unintended in this case.
Thank you. I have just a few more questions left. The first, and this relates, I think, to comments that a commissioner might have said during the last portion of our hearing. Staff is not opposed to time of use rates for Evergy, right?
Staff is not opposed of mandatory TOU rates, specifically with a shorter differential, and staff, you know, similar to what staff proposed in Evergy's last rate case and what staff proposed in Ameren, Missouri's last rate case.
And then finally, there's been some discussion about the total cost of this program, and I think terms thrown out similar to $1 to $2 per customer a year. Is it correct to say that the total cost of the electrification program in Evergy's service territory would need to include, for example, the sunk cost of the Clean Charge Network investments that have already been made, right?
You could, and to really look at what the cost of the incentives or the cost put forward for EV charging, you should include what's already been invested for the Clean Charge Network. And currently, there is an approximate investment of about $14.1 million for both Evergy companies combined, and that does not include the O&M, the ongoing O&M expense. So it's about 14.1, and this application is approximately 15.5. So you're looking at almost, I think it's about $29 million totally invested in electric vehicle charging between the Evergy companies.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Does MECG have any questions for Ms. Cleathermos?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does Sierra Club or NRDC have questions for Ms. Cleathermos?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does Renew Missouri have any questions for Ms. Cleathermos?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does ChargePoint have any questions for Ms. Cleathermos?
We do, Your Honor. Thank you.
May proceed. Identify yourself, please.
Certainly, this is Scott Dunbar, counsel for ChargePoint. Good
May
morning,
proceed.
thank you. Ms. Clethermis, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Good morning. It's great to meet you. My name is Scott Dunbar, and I'm counsel for ChargePoint. Would you please pull up your... Was someone trying to say something?
No, I think you're fine.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was an echo. Would you please look at your SIR rebuttal testimony and turn to page 1, please?
I'm there.
So there toward the bottom on line 21, I'll just read that sentence. You say, although Mr. Wilson, and you're referring to ChargePoint's witness, Mr. Justin Wilson, Mr. Wilson recommends Evergy allow a residential customer to choose to use part of the proposed rebate toward the actual purchase and installation of an L2 charger, that's level 2 charger. He does not recommend this as a requirement to participate in the program. Do you see that part of your testimony?
Yes.
And do you have ChargePoint's SIR rebuttal testimony handy? I believe it's Exhibit 901.
So I can pull it up. I do not have it in front of me, no.
Okay. Yeah, if you could do that, please. And I misspoke. I'm actually looking for Mr. Wilson's rebuttal testimony, which is Exhibit 900, please.
Okay, and which page?
If you'd please turn to page 8. And I'm pulling it up myself because I also had his SIR rebuttal open instead of his rebuttal.
Okay, I am there.
Okay, great. Thank you. So on page 8, line 15, Mr. Wilson states, accordingly, I recommend that the Commission direct Evergy to modify the residential rebate program to require customers to install a qualifying level 2 charging station, not a NEMA outlet, that's NEMA outlet, which will allow customers to hardwire their chargers if they so choose. Do you see that quote there, Ms. Clethermis?
I do see that.
So I think it's fair to say that Mr. Wilson may have stated it a little bit differently, but would you agree that ChargePoint does in fact recommend that customers be required to purchase and install a level 2 charger to qualify for the residential program?
So if it is, so I think earlier in Mr. Wilson's testimony, he mentions it being an option. If ChargePoint's recommendation is that that is a requirement, then that would change my testimony.
Oh, okay. And maybe we can just clear it up on briefing, and I'll add an apology for any confusion, but is it fair to say that if it's ChargePoint's recommendation that the Commission direct Evergy to modify its program to require customers to install level 2 chargers, that staff would be in agreement with at least that part of our recommendation?
So just to clarify, so staff still has concerns with the residential EV charging. The part about clarifying what ChargePoint is requiring versus not requiring would change that part of my testimony, but staff would still have concerns that, there's not a requirement for TOU rates and things such as what we've already mentioned in testimony, but that would clarify a piece of it.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I certainly didn't mean to mischaracterize your testimony. I understand that staff's primary recommendation is to reject the residential program, but is it fair to say that if the commission does not reject the residential program, then one of the modifications that staff recommends is that the commission require customers to install level 2 chargers?
And other things. I can't say that
Right.
would solve staff's recommendation, but.
Right, but that's one of the modifications that you recommend if the commission approves the program, correct?
That is a recommendation that I do not, and of course, staff is much larger than just myself, but that is a recommendation that I would recommend not be opposed, but not saying that that would be a recommendation that would make the program, make the whole program be able to be recommended by staff.
Okay, but you'd agree it would be an improvement that requiring customers to install chargers instead of just installing NEMA outlets and EMA outlets, that would be an improvement on the program. Is that fair to say?
So it could be, depending on what the tariff language and how the tariff language and provisions, and that's part of staff's concern, is that some of the requirements are not specifically in the tariff. And so it really depends on how that requirement would come into the whole program and tariff design.
Understood. And I still don't feel that you've answered the question. So, and I certainly appreciate that there's nuance and contingencies here. But is it fair to say that if it came in through the tariffs in the right way, that it would be an improvement over the way Evergy has designed the program to only require outlets?
It would be an improvement.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk now about one of staff's other recommendations that I think it's fair to say you're also making to improve the residential programs. So, and you can look at this if you need to on page 3 of your SIR rebuttal, but I'll just put the question out there and you can tell me if this sounds right. So one of staff's other recommendations for the residential program, in the event the commission approves it, is that residential program participants be required to take service on Evergy's currently effective time of use rates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it your understanding that smart chargers can allow EV drivers to program their charging to occur during off-peak hours?
I do not know that.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the functionality of what makes the smart charger a smart charger?
I am not familiar in detail with the functionality of smart chargers.
Okay, so the ability to program your charging to take place off peak, you're not familiar with that functionality?
You mean how the charger is programmable to do that?
Oh, no, just the fact that it does that. Are you aware that smart chargers allow customers to plug in their charger when they come home from work, for example, but to program the charger not to begin charging until off-peak hours? Are you familiar with that? That's one of the kind of common functionalities of smart chargers.
So I am generally familiar with that, but as far as do all smart chargers operate the same, I don't know to say that that is true.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't need to ask you questions about it then. Are you familiar with what it means for an EV charger to have a safety certification from UL Underwriters Laboratory or another nationally recognized testing laboratory?
I am not familiar in detail with that.
Okay, no problem. So we'll move on. Just one more topic here. So on page, would you please look at page 2 of your Sir rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
And this is Sir rebuttal now. So starting at line 18, the question asks, does staff have a concern regarding Mr. Wilson's recommendation to remove Evergy's requirement that commercial program participants provide charging information to Evergy? And then your response is yes, having access to EV charging data will help to understand when EV charging occurs and will help to develop cost-based rates for all customers. And that's the entirety of the response to that particular question. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Would you agree, Ms. Cleathermos, that for any commercial customer that participates in this program and separately meters their EV charging stations, that Evergy would be able to use meter data to understand when EV charging is occurring?
So it depends, because the separately metered part per the tariff also includes the load of operating the station, and I think it's allowable up to a certain percentage of ancillary uses such as lighting. So it's not the separately metered won't meter solely EV charging. And so it really, there's a lot of other usage allowed under that meter. So if you're looking at the charging data and you only want to look at the charging information, then it's going to have to come through the EV charging data solely.
So if you're not an expert in this sort of analysis, that's fine. But would you agree that if you know, we don't need to flip to the tariff, but if you know that lighting load is 10% of the load on a particular meter and that the rest is EV charging stations, well, first, would you agree that lighting load, the load profile of lights probably looks different from the load profile of DC fast charging stations, for example?
So, and I just use lighting as an example because that's mentioned in the tariff, but it's up to 5 kW of ancillary service. So what those ancillary services may be, that is unknown based on this tariff. So it's the separately meter is going to have other usage other than EV charging.
Right, understood. So if you could think of just a very simple hypothetical with me. So and thanks for glancing at the tariff to remind us all of that 5 kilowatt ancillary service. So if you have, let's say, just one 50 kW DC fast charging station, which is about the smallest, well, not the smallest, but having only one station might be considered a small deployment. If you have one 50 kW DC fast charging station and then 5 kW of ancillary load, and you analyze the load profile of that meter, would you agree that you'd be able to see when that 50 kW charger was charging and be able to distinguish that from 5 kW of ancillary load?
So In the hypothetical that you're using, you would have to assume that the 5 kW was a constant load, and specifically kind of the importance of looking at the EV charging is looking at the hours that are being charged in and also the duration of the charges. And so part of this is a charge may not be constant and the 5 kW may not be constant. So I think in the hypothetical, you have to assume the load is constant, and I think that that is probably not a reasonable, it's not a 100% likely outcome. That I think relying on the meter data only is going to not provide you a clear picture as having access to the EV charging data.
So I don't want to quibble with you, but just to pick this apart a little bit further, even if the 5 kW of ancillary load, I'm trying to think of an example, but you know, maybe it's motion sensor activated lights, right? So the lights aren't on all the time; they're only there when someone walks by. So that 5 kW of ancillary load is irregular, but it's only 5 kW at the most, right? When someone starts charging at the 50 kW DC fast charger, you're going to see a spike in that load profile, right? And so even if, regardless of what that 5 kW of ancillary load was doing, don't you think if you were looking at a load profile of a 24-hour period, you'd be able to pick out when 50 kW worth of load, i.e. the DC fast charger, was online versus the ancillary load, right? Don't you think it'd be pretty easy to distinguish, or not distinguish, you don't need to distinguish things. Don't you think it'd be pretty easy to see when the DC fast charger was operating, because you know that it's so much larger than the 5 kW of ancillary load?
So I think I would agree that you will see when it comes on. It's when it comes off and the duration and amount of the total charge and in what time periods that occurs, I think is where you're going to lose the specific data. But I think you will be able to see when it comes on, given that that charger is 150 kW. If you're looking at more of so under the tariff, it could be a 6.6 kW charger. Then it's going to be harder to distinguish that turn on. So if you're looking at the large 150, I do agree you will probably see when it comes on how that lasts through the duration of the charge and over time. I think that's where it gets hard to distinguish that, and especially at the lower kW levels of the chargers, because I do not think there is a minimum that is I think the 6.6 is the smallest charger, but that it could be as small as 6.6 or it could be larger, than a 350. So it really just depends on what sort of charger you're looking at.
Okay, Ms. Cleothermos, you've been a great sport going down that hypothetical with me, and so thank you. I have just a couple more questions on this topic. Would you agree that any commercial customer that installs EV charging stations that are available to the public is likely to see Evergy's Clean Charge network chargers as being in competition with them?
Can you restate your question?
Yes, certainly. So thinking about commercial customers who might participate in Evergy's program and offer EV charging to the public, do you think that those commercial customers might see themselves as being in competition with Evergy's Clean Charge network?
This is outside of my testimony. I could see if Evergy and the commercial customer are providing the same service to public customers who are EV drivers. I could see where that could be viewed as a competition.
Okay, thank you. And do you think that since they're in competition, or if they feel that they're in competition, that these commercial customers might be reluctant to turn over data about their business operations to a competitor?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. That's all I have. Thank you so much, Ms. Cleathermos. I appreciate you this discussion. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Does Evergy have any questions for this witness?
This is Jim Fisher. We have no questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? All right, Ms. Cleathermos, I have a few questions for you. Staff witness Ms. Lang was asked if the commission were to support the residential electrical vehicle outlet program. Were you online to hear her testimony?
I was online, but that's been a couple days ago, so.
Right. Well, I'll try to ask something more specific than whether you were online to hear. I just wanted to start with that. Are you able to address the question as to why doesn't staff support ChargePoint's recommended modifications to the program to require rebate be based on either the purchase of an EV charging unit or a NEMA outlet? Can you address that question?
Yeah, so staff's rebuttal testimony, or my rebuttal testimony, does not specifically oppose, actually I don't think I mentioned ChargePoint's recommendation for the NEMA outlet. And regarding the charger, I think ChargePoint earlier clarified, so in my testimony, I point out that ChargePoint had that, or my understanding of ChargePoint's testimony was that the charger, the purchase and installation of a charger was an option, but not a requirement. And I think ChargePoint earlier directed to testimony that that ChargePoint's recommendation is that the charger be a requirement rather than an option.
All right. Let me look here. Checking my notes. Were you on the line when Ms. Lang was asked whether rebate participants should be required to sign up for a time of use rate or a minimum amount of time?
Yes.
Do you agree with her response or have anything to add, if you recall her testimony?
So if I recall her testimony correctly, her response was yes, they should sign up for a minimum amount of time. And I agree with that statement.
Do you have anything to add? Any other thoughts with regard to that?
I mean, just that customers should, especially with participating in the rebate program, should be required to sign up for the currently effective time of use rate.
Do you have any additional thoughts with regard to consideration needed for net metered customers to avoid unduly discriminating against net metered customers if time of use rates are mandated, given they cannot currently participate in the company's TOU program. Do you have anything on that? Any thoughts?
So is your question, that I think staff is supportive of finding and working with the utilities and other parties to find ways for net metering customers to participate in TOU programs. Was that your question, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Were you on the line when Ms. Lang was also asked about Excel Colorado's residential managed charging pilot program?
So I was on the line for her testimony. I do not recall that specific question.
Are you familiar with the program?
I am not familiar with the program.
Fair enough. Aside from anything else we talked about, if the commission were to approve an EV pilot program, what do you think would be useful data or metrics for the commission and stakeholders to get from the pilot? And what terms are required?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me ask again. If the commission were to approve an EV pilot program, what do you think would be useful data or metrics for the commission and stakeholders to get from the pilot, and what terms or requirements for the pilot would help get that information?
So I would direct the commission to the stipulation and agreement filed in Ameren, Missouri's EV charging case. And in that stipulation, there was quarterly reporting data and there was annual reporting data that was lined out in detail within that report or within that stipulation. And that's where I would direct the commission to set out the reporting requirements and the metrics.
Okay. Some terminology. Under Evergy's proposal for the transit and business EV charging service rate, it describes that, quote, the rate removes the demand charges while retaining a small local facility demand charge to incentivize managed charging. Can you explain what the, quote, facility demand charge is?
So so I can tell you how the facilities demand charge is billed. And now one thing as to get into what costs are included in recovery of the facilities demand charge, that is a greater question that is generally looked at in class cost of service studies in a rate case. But as far as how is the facilities charge billed, and based on the tariff, the facilities charge will be billed based on the highest maximum demand recorded in the last 12 months for that customer. So if the customer had a high demand in July of, let's say, 250 kW, that 250 kW will be what that customer is required to pay until either a higher demand takes place or 12 months elapses and a new demand is set.
Okay, with that response, have you distinguished between, quote, facility demand charge and, quote, demand charge? I want to make sure we understand.
Okay, so the demand charge that is on Evergy's currently effective LGS rate tariff is, and actually if you give me a second, I could pull up the LGS rate tariff. But the demand charge, and I can tell you the value of that demand charge, but the demand charge itself is not based on the highest demand over a 12-month period of time, but it is based off of the highest demand in a given month. And let me pull up, don't want to misspeak here. So, yes, okay, so the demand demand charge is also based off of a differential between base demand and a separation between seasonal demand and seasonal billing. And these are parts of the current, these are features of the current large general service tariff that are essentially removed for the purpose of the business EV and transit EV charging.
All right. Are you able to say how might the removal of a demand charge while maintaining the facility charge, how incentivize managed charging?
So so as far as, so right now the facilities charge, the EV charging customer will have to pay the $2.21 rounded 21 cents per kW of billing demand, which is the 12-month demand. So because it's in effect for 12 months, I don't know the company's kind of logic or thought behind how that is going to, I'm not saying the charge is unnecessary, but I don't know the connection between managed charging. The thought could be that it keeps it, that any spikes in demand or are more managed because the highest demand in a 12-month period is what a customer will pay. But these are things that would be looked at in the context of a class cost of service study in a rate case where staff could more fully develop and study these rates and their design as far as it works with time of use charging. I'm not saying it's not a necessary charge, but I think how the rate in totality was designed, I cannot speak to kind of its impact or how it incentivizes or doesn't incentivize unmanaged charging. But that what I can say is that if a customer has a spike in demand in a given month, that facilities, they will be required to pay that demand level for 12 months. So that could be the incentive.
Okay, fair enough. That's all the questions that I have. In light of my questions, is there any recross examination? Specifically, does OPC have any further questions?
Of a sort, yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. Kleiser.
And let me clarify that it's not necessarily a question, but I would point out to the bench that I believe the bench has asked two separate staff witnesses a question regarding, I don't mean to paraphrase here, recommendations as to what information might be gained from a program that's approved. And I believe both staff witnesses have referenced a stipulation filed in the Ameren electrification case, which again I believe is case ET-2021-0152. And I would just offer to the commission that as far as witnesses have made reference to it, the commission should take official administrative notice of this document just so that the record is complete vis-a-vis this discussion. I'm going to stop there.
Well, counsel, as I stated before in an earlier hearing, on the fly, I hesitate and I'm not going to take official notice of an entire report and the order. It may be that the commission will do that, but not just on an oral motion. So we'll return to that question when we can refine it. But you've made your point. Do you have any
Absolutely.
other questions? Do you have any other questions?
No, I have no further questions. I
All right.
apologize, did not mean to speak over you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Does ChargePoint have any recross?
No questions, thank you.
Does any other, and I didn't mean to select those two out ahead of other folks here, but they were the folks that had, those were the parties that had cross-examination to start with. Do any other parties at this point have recross on the basis of the questions from the bench? All right. Now, in light of the fact that there has been cross-examination, is there any redirect for this witness from staff counsel?
Yes, there is, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And this is Nicole Mers, again, for the record and for staff. Ms. Cleese-Armis, do you recall when OPC was talking about the proposed rates for charging for business and transportation, if those were a new service?
Yes.
And you said that there is an existing tariff rate, so not a new service unless a time of portion was considered that? Do you recall stating that?
Yes.
Does Evergy have existing time of use tariffs?
They have existing residential time of use tariffs. Their current commercial time of use tariffs, I think, are frozen. However, if a customer is currently being served on that time of use tariff that also has EV charging, then yes, they would be subject to a TOU rate already.
And then you were asked some questions, again, by counsel for OPC about sunk cost, and you kind of walked through the existing investment and prior investments. Do you recall that?
Yes.
How does that spend level compare to other utilities?
So to my knowledge, that is taking the total EV charging investment, the Clean Charge Network that's currently in rate base, and looking at the application as proposed, that is significantly larger than any of the other regulated utilities. I can't speak to any other non-regulated or any non-Missouri regulated utility, but for the regulated utilities in Missouri, it is much larger.
And is Evergy, do they have the largest customer base of the Missouri utilities?
They do not. So combined Evergy West and Evergy Metro combined, and I think if you're using the last annual reports for the utilities, they have approximately 550,000 residential customers, and the largest utility has approximately 1.2 million residential customers.
And when you were calculating those figures, did your calculation include the 72 unidentified charging stations under the Clean Charge Network?
They did not. So so given that part of the Clean Charge Network is not completely known what the cost of it may be, if you increase that, so it could be, I think, if I recall right, staff's estimate, I think we could be looking at a total, so an additional $5 million at the high level. So you could be looking at, 34 to 35 million in total, as if the cost of the Clean Charge Network expansion was approved.
And turning to your discussions with counsel for ChargePoint, do you recall questions about data collection?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what customer data other utilities are collecting right now?
So I would have to look back at the stipulation that I referenced earlier and directed the commission to look at for charging data does have charging data as a part of the data that would be collected. So customers who are participating, and I could pull it up for sure, but it's my understanding that customers that are participating in Ameren, Missouri's commercial rebate program, part of the requirements for data in the stipulation is EV charging load data.
And how would staff utilize this data?
So the thought is that staff would, in the context of a rate case, would look at this data along with all of the other hourly data to help determine costs, hourly charging costs, help to better develop time of use rates, demand charge rate, all components of the rate designs for, not just EV charging, given that that is an end use rate tariff, and currently that has been prohibited in the past. But if it was, all time of use charging for an LGS class and add in features that could be beneficial for EV charging, you could have a whole class rate that still is beneficial for EV chargers. Helping to build all class rates better, knowing the EV charging load.
And why is that information important to staff's development of rates in the future? Are there any underlying principles that help staff support?
Well, so staff, obviously, underlying principles of, looking at cost causation, also looking at trying to find out hourly costs for the whole system, not just, energy costs based on an hour. And so all of that helps develop cost-based rates for all classes and all customers.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you very much. I have one more question I need to ask. Actually, there'll be an introductory question. Ms. Cleethermos, are you familiar with the Kansas stipulation involving Evergy that has been testified to previously in this hearing?
So other than the information shared within the course of the hearing, I am not familiar in detail with it.
Okay, well, you may not have an answer to this question then, but let me ask it. If the commission approves any part of the rebate programs, would it be appropriate for the commission to impose an evaluation, measurement, and verification EM&V requirement similar to the Kansas stipulation? And you may not be able to answer that, but if you are, please do.
I will give it a shot. So from my experience with EM&V reports, I have not found that EM&V has provided useful information for the cost of doing the report and putting the information together. I think more information can be gained by gaining the data and data collection and providing that to all parties and being evaluated in a rate case, more so than what an EM&V report will show.
Okay, that's all I have. Is there any recross from any party on the basis of my question? Is there any redirect from staff counsel on the basis of my question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I think that we thank you very much, Ms. Cleethermos. Why don't we take a short break at this point? Our court reporter's been at it for 1 hour and 45 minutes. Why don't we break until 10:30 and we'll come back and we'll get started with, I believe the remaining witness is OPC's witness, Mr. Mark. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, let's adjourn, take a breather, and come back and get going at 10:30. I've got 10:15. That's 15 minutes. So, I'll talk to you later.
Jackie, are you online? This is the court reporter.
I am. What's up?
Was Commissioner Coleman on? The MJ Coleman, was that her?
Yes.
Okay, she didn't speak up. I was just making sure I got all the commissioners
Yeah.
present.
And Commissioner Holzman, I believe, called in via phone.
Yeah, I had him.
I don't think I saw anybody else though.
Either. Okay, just checking. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, this is Sherilyn Boss. I know you won't see Kolkmeyer because he's at rate school, so you don't have to worry about seeing him.
Okay. Lucky, lucky boy that he is.
Yes, rate school is a joyous time.
Friends, everybody's on, I think.
I know Judge Graham went to rate school, I think Paul, did you go to San Diego for your rate school?
Yes, I did. I think all the council may be in on this conversation.
Well, they always send you to rate school in lovely places where you don't have any time to enjoy. So
exactly.
it's kind of more of a torture.
Yeah.
All right. All right, this is Paul Graham. Can folks hear me? Anybody want to
Yes,
speak
Your
up
Honor.
and tell me that? All right. I've got 10:30, and I show that our next witness is, well, let's go at it this way. That was staff's case. Does that conclude staff's case in this matter?
Yes, it does, Your Honor.
All right. I believe we next have witnesses from the Office of Public Counsel. Is that right? I think we established that before the break. Are you ready to proceed, Mr. Kleiser?
I am ready to proceed.
And I think you have one witness, Mr. Mark.
Dr. Mark is our only witness, correct?
All right, if you want to introduce him, we'll get going.
The OPC would call Dr. Jeff Mark to the stands.
All right, Mr. Mark, are you there?
I'm here, Your Honor.
How do you do, sir? Would you state and spell your full name, and then I'll administer the oath.
My name is Jeff, and that's Geoff, Mark, Marke.
All right, Dr. Mark, if you would raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Dr. Mark, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, for the purpose of the court reporter, this is John Kleiser with the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel. Dr. Mark, as you have already given your name, can you please tell me by whom you are employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Office of Public Counsel, and I am the chief economist.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared testimony which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 200 for the rebuttal testimony and 201 for the surrebuttal testimony?
I have.
And did you have any changes to your testimony?
Yes.
Did you prepare an errata sheet to identify the changes for your testimony?
Yes.
Have you received an email from me for OPC Exhibit 204?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm not sure procedurally how to proceed. At this point, I would have asked for the errata sheet to be marked as Exhibit 204. I am going to proceed as if it is so marked unless you would ask otherwise.
Well, we're online here. Did you send, Mr. Kleiser, didn't you send the errata sheet around the other day on Friday or something? Did I not see that?
I sent it around on Thursday in preparation when I thought Dr. Mark was going to be called that day, not Thursday. What am I saying? Wednesday. And I sent it around again this morning.
Okay, and so that is the document that you're referring to, and what is the exhibit number going to be?
According to my exhibit list, it would be number 204.
Well, we do have a court reporter, at least for a while this morning. Why don't you send that to our staff person here that's assisting with this proceeding, and we'll let her work with the court reporter on the side. That's Jackie Keith, and I think you probably have email to or from her already. And you may have sent her that exhibit, but if you'd send it to her with the note that that's the exhibit that you're referring to by number, I think that's just about the best I can do here at this point. We'll take up this issue with how to handle these exhibits later after our last witness. But are you offering that exhibit now?
I'm in the process of laying the foundation in preparation for offering it, yes.
Well, why don't you go ahead with your witness, and when you're ready to offer the exhibit, we'll see what we've got.
Dr. Mark, is this the errata sheet that you prepared regarding your rebuttal testimony?
It is.
And can you very briefly describe the nature of the change being made in this errata sheet?
Sure. I omitted 4 counties within the Evergy service territory. The 4 counties that identified the number of registered battery and plug-in electric vehicle cars raises the total (17) to a total of 1,412 registered vehicles, electric vehicles in both the Evergy Metro and Evergy West service territory.
And with this change in mind, are the rest of the statements and answers given in your rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And with this change in mind, if I asked you the same questions that were posed in that rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, would your answer today be the same or substantially similar?
It would.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the introduction of OPC Exhibit 200, the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Jeff Mark, which comes in both a public and confidential version. Exhibit 201, the surrebuttal testimony of Dr. Jeff Mark, and Exhibit 204, which is Dr. Mark's errata sheet with regard to his rebuttal testimony.
Are there any objections to any of those exhibits, 200, 201, and 204? Hearing none, the record will reflect that they are admitted into evidence. Before we go on, though, Mr. Kleiser, and maybe your witness, maybe Dr. Mark testified to this, but which one of the earlier exhibits, and you said this, but which one of the earlier exhibits was subject to correction by the errata sheet?
Dr. Mark, it is correct to say that the errata sheet is correcting the rebuttal testimony.
It is.
And that was 201?
That is number 200.
And are you able to say, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but what page? Was it a single page?
It was.
That involved?
It was, Your Honor. It was page 9, line 8.
Okay. And just in case, if you'll permit me, just in case there's some difficulty with this exhibit question, what number is being corrected? Tell me what the incorrect number is.
There were 4 counties that were omitted, so they're just additional numbers, Your Honor, added to that table.
Okay, and you told us what, so these are numbers that should be added into the original numbers in the original exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so what is the exact number that's being added that we will add into the original number?
The total number, the revised total should read as follows: 1,305 battery plus 107 plug-in equals 1,412.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Now, I did not hear any objection to any of the three exhibits. And they are, again, Mr. Kleiser, 200, 201, and 204. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
They, hearing no objections, they will be admitted into evidence. You may proceed.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right. I'm showing in my list that staff is the first party up for cross-examination. Does staff have any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Good
You
morning,
may
Dr.
proceed.
Mark.
Good morning.
And just for the record, this is Nicole Merz for staff. Did you have an opportunity to hear, and it's been a little bit now, but last Tuesday, Mr. Casely's testimony?
Yes.
And he called into question your data regarding EV adoption numbers in St. Louis compared to Kansas City. Did you agree with his critiques?
I did not.
So you don't agree that there are more EVs per capita in Kansas City compared to St. Louis?
Mr. Casely cited a number in excess, I want to say of excess of 3,600 in their service territory. My work papers, which included the Missouri Department of Revenue numbers as well as the Department of Energy, total registered vehicles by county and by state. If I'm lead to believe what Mr. Casely said, the only way that that would be possible is if Evergy more than doubled their overall EV adoption in a half a year in 2021. I call into question that for so many reasons. One, it should have, if the company did actually have those numbers, I guarantee, why didn't they lead with that in their testimony? That they're going gangbusters in terms of EV adoption. Two, because right now, I'm sure a lot of people are aware there's a chip shortage. Electric vehicles and all cars, for that matter, are at a premium. And three, again, it runs counter to the empirical, publicly available data provided by both the Missouri Department of Revenue and by the Department of Energy. What he cited was a EPRI study. We've never seen this EPRI study. It wasn't in their work papers. The first we heard of this number was in our hearing. But I can be sure that we'll absolutely, DR this in a future rate case, because I have a very difficult time suggesting that those numbers are accurate. Even if they were accurate, they would still not approach what you're seeing in the Ameren service territory. Our Ameren service territory numbers included just St. Louis County, St. Louis City, and St. Charles County. We didn't even add any of the other additional footprint that we're talking about here. So no, Evergy numbers are not nearly as good as they are in St. Louis.
And just to heed advice from the judge earlier in the proceeding, could you explain what EPRI stands for and what the organization is?
So EPRI is sort of the research arm of investor-owned electric utilities. I believe it actually might be an offshoot of the Edison Electric Institute. Off the top of my head, I can take an educated guess as to what the acronym stands for, but I believe it's Electric Power Research Institute. EPRI goes ahead and provides for a fee, and ratepayers paid for this fee, research for particular utilities and for the industry at large.
And did Evergy cite any other EPRI studies? Or the EPRI study you're talking about, is that the one cited to support its 2015 CCN project?
That's a good question. So we actually DR'd the EPRI study cited in Mr. Casely's testimony. They provided a 2015 study that showed three sets of data, a low, a medium, and a high adoption rate over a number of years. Those numbers haven't come to fruition by any reasonable stretch of the imagination. Those numbers in the greater Kansas City area and Evergy's Missouri service territory hasn't come close to hitting what those projected numbers are.
And was that study updated to include assumptions for the relevant program years in this case?
No.
So would you, based on that, agree that the EPRI study is reliable?
No. Their own witnesses can explain how these numbers came to be. I believe our counsel crossed one of the Evergy's witnesses, and the response, if I recall correctly, was they're registered vehicles and then an algorithm method that determines cars that come in and out of that service territory. So I interpret that as a black box number. Again, we want to try to be as rational as possible when evaluating these programs. We've got empirical data to substantiate whether or not EV adoption is taking place. By all reasonable metrics, EV adoption is not taking place in the greater Kansas City area, despite the copious amounts of dollars and EV charging stations. In fact, the situation is so unique that effectively right now you have a control and treatment group in front of the commission where Evergy serves as that treatment, i.e. let's drop $16 million in costs to build out a clean charge network versus St. Louis, the control. The control induced more cars doing nothing other than having affordable rates, is what I would argue, induced more car or more EV adoption than what you saw in the Evergy service territory. Everything that you're seeing here, that effectively what you're talking about is a pilot study that's already been done. We already have a pilot study. And what this application is just an additional, we're throwing money at an answer we already know. At this point,
Speaking of your controls group example, do you recall Mr. Casely last Tuesday also stating that those St. Louis numbers benefit from generous subsidies from Illinois drivers, and that the lack of stock in Kansas City would impact the numbers in your testimony? Did you consider those factors?
I did after he said that, and I would note that in Illinois just passed, as in September of 2021, a subsidy, a tax rebate subsidy effectively to promote electric vehicles. I don't see how less than 30 days could have impacted EV adoption in the greater St. Louis area to offset what Mr. Casely's speaking of. Even more so, you'd have to be a registered to take part in that rebate. You would need to be registered in the state of Illinois. You wouldn't be an Ameren, Missouri circuit customer. Mr. Casely surmises that because there would be a greater stock of cars in the greater Illinois area than there is in the greater Kansas area. I'm not sure Mr. Casely's that familiar with the greater St. Louis metro area on the Illinois side. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of many electric vehicle charging dealerships in East St. Louis.
Turning back to the EPRI study, would you agree that the EPRI load shapes are appropriate for this case?
No.
Another study that was provided in this case was the ICF analysis. Do you recall reviewing that?
I do.
And would you agree with the EV market as a whole evaluation method?
If I understand the question correctly, the ICF method was effectively, this is what would happen if there were a lot of EV cars adopted. It would be good for the utility as a whole. Why we paid good dollars or ratepayer dollars to come to this conclusion for a third party is beyond me, but it is consistent with a lot of the studies I've seen that Evergy is farmed out to third parties. There was no cost-effective study on the program, on the portfolio, on the case at hand. We know that having a lot of EV cars induces better revenues for the utility. Whether or not an EV charging station is the right answer, I mean, that's the big problem here, is that we all presuppose that having more EV charging stations is going to induce more electric cars. I would argue having more affordable rates would go a lot farther, based off the evidence I've seen looking at the control and treatment group of St. Louis and Kansas City as to EV adoption.
Another study cited in support of the EV charging in this case is the Idaho National Lab study quoted on page 3 of NRDC's surrebuttal testimony. Did you read that surrebuttal testimony?
I did read it.
And are you familiar with that study?
Very.
Do you agree those conclusions are applicable in this case?
No, I cited the Idaho National Lab study in the very first electric vehicle. We've had about 5 electric vehicle charging dockets in front of this commission, not counting the many workshops. So, I mean, clearly this commission's supportive of EVs, but the very first electric vehicle docket, I cited the Idaho study, and I actually have it in front of me, and I want to quote this from my Ameren Direct. Quote, "The answer is clear. Despite installations of extensive public charging infrastructure, in most of the project areas, the vast majority of charging was done at home and work. Nevertheless, the projects demonstrated that a ubiquitous charging network is not needed to support electric vehicle driving." And literally, the Idaho lab, and that's page 10 and page 11, my rebuttal testimony from that Ameren case. It's a 2016 study that looked, the Idaho National Lab was huge. I mean, it looked at hundreds of thousands of hours of EV charging, driving, of numbers. And what the Idaho National Lab did was verify exactly what we found out 5 years later with the Clean Charge Network, that nobody was using this network. They were all charging at home, and that a ubiquitous charging network wasn't needed to go ahead and induce further EV adoption.
Do you have Mr. Casely's rebuttal testimony in front of you?
I can get it.
If you could, and then go to page 15 and tell me when you're there, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I want to, Ms. Burrs, did you ask me about the Idaho Lab study or the National Academy of Scientists study? I'm sorry.
Just the Idaho National Lab study.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'm there. And I'm sorry. What page?
Page 15, lines 9 through 13.
Okay, I'm there.
So the summary of that is that OPC fails to see how the proposed rebates, EV rates, and the CCN are all interrelated to a customer understanding, purchasing, and owning an EV. Is that fair?
It is.
How would you reconcile that statement with OPZ's positions in the recent Ameren and Empire dockets?
I would say that runs counter to both of those dockets. I don't know how much I can speak about the Empire study or the Empire docket, but I'm definitely looking forward to speaking on the record to the commission about how well staff, OPC, and a willing utility that is reasonable can come together to work towards a fruitful EV charging station portfolio. With Ameren, Missouri, we came to a stipulation and an agreement with that utility to offer rebates in a much more reasonable manner from our perspective. Primarily being the fact that Ameren already doesn't have 900 EV charging stations littered throughout its service territory. These rebates in particular, for the Evergy service territory, are twofold. One is for the station itself. The other one is for giving money to people that already have EV cars, which, you know, again, this is one of those bang your head at the wall moments. Why we're giving $500 to somebody that already has an electric vehicle car? That's a lot of money. And that's a lot of money to sit there and to justify, you know, giving that to a customer that already has an EV car. So, you know, this begs all sorts of questions as to really what the goal of this program is.
Now, turning back to Mr. Paisley's live testimony last Tuesday, did you hear him testify that the amount of charging induced would be too small to increase peak significantly?
I did hear him say that.
Could you explain how an amount of charging too small to significantly increase peak can then significantly reduce the same peak to provide benefits?
I can't.
Just a few more. In your rebuttal testimony on page 14, you mentioned the large investment induced by Elliott Management that resulted in the Evergy Sustainability Transformation Plan. When you say induced, can you explain what that means?
When Evergy first applied for PISA, they provided, and I think this is a requirement by statute, that they've got to have a public hearing to announce their planned projects moving forward. In the first one, I attended live, asked a number of questions that basically centered around the observation that Evergy wasn't investing nearly as much money as Ameren was in their PISA. And the response that I got was, well, Jeff, we already have. You know, we're already ahead. We've invested a ton of money. It's one of the reasons why our rates are, you know, we've had multiple rate cases, and you can look at that. But we've already have AMI meters in place. We already have, you know, the software to support that AMI. You know, the piece is a supplement to that. As soon as Elliott came in, lo and behold, within, you know, the next PISA docket, the combination of the PISA and the Evergy Sustainability Transformation Plan, now we're talking collective close to $9 billion in planned investment. One way to go ahead and support trying to find investment that doesn't currently exist is to build out load, and to build out that distribution system in particular. And that's exactly what this program can do right now as it's drafted. And that's the reasons, it's one of the primary reasons we object to this, and I believe staff objects to it, is because it can just needlessly build out that distribution system to meet those peak energy uses. The fact that you don't have the time of use connected to that, the fact that there's very little evidence or direction as to where these are going, why we're doing it, where it all goes ahead and supports the idea that the goal of this is really just to build out CapEx. Build out CapEx and build out CapEx. It is very conducive to that Elliott number, which, you know, again, I'll point out, if the goal is to increase EV adoption, affordable rates are going to go a long way in helping increase EV adoption. That's something the company can't say, in my opinion, right now.
And finally, there's been quite a bit of discussion about third-party charging providers and the interactions that they would have in this case. How do you think a ratepayer-funded command and control EV charging station would help or hinder competition?
It would hurt it, unequivocally hurt it. Look no further. A lot of the focus on the competition, you know, I think has been misguided. The idea is, well, you know, charge points in this case, and it's not just about charge point or having EV go. It's about it's about what is great about a market. And what's great about a market is variety. What's great about a market is that risk, that skin in the game risk that induces innovation, that induces competition. And really what I'm speaking to, look at the CCN network. What's the CCN network? That's a command control network that went into place and is not being utilized. That's effectively a stranded asset. And we know that because they're not getting any revenues. They're not getting the revenues to cost its annual upkeep. They sure as heck aren't getting enough revenues to go ahead and cover its overall total cost. It's questionable whether it ever will. One of the reasons why is because they're slow charging stations. I would argue that it's effectively close to being obsolete technology, or it will be in the near future. When you look at the EV, and this is in ChargePoint's filing with the SEC. I mean, one of the biggest risks that ChargePoint faces is the fact that this is a fast-moving world. In Europe, we've got wireless charging. Could we sit here and say in 5 years, conceivably, wireless charging might be the way to go, and nobody wants to do wires because of the liability or because of the lack of voltage? Absolutely. And those would be stranded assets. The fact that the federal government is coming in and throwing in $100 million on top of this to go ahead and ease range anxiety concerns just nullifies the whole rationale behind this portfolio. Airbnb, for example, just released, did a press release, I want to say about a week ago, about creating the fastest charging station yet, and that it could, charge vehicles in 3 minutes and, 4 cars at a time. Absolutely, you're going to see leaps and bounds in the technology moving forward. My concern as a ratepayer that's now being asked to be an investor effectively in this infrastructure is, will it still be used? Right now, we know it's not being used at all. So, what makes us believe that this new pilot is better than the old pilot?
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Does MECG have any questions for Dr. Mark?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Mark. David Woodsmall for MECG.
Good morning.
Working back through your errata sheet, you provide some additional numbers on electric vehicles in the Evergy service area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And despite the fact that the number of electric vehicles, by adding in those 4 additional counties, the number of electric vehicles has increased slightly, does your conclusion there on lines 11 to 12 that there are more EV charging points than EV cars in the Evergy service territory still apply?
It does.
Okay. Let's talk rate making. Are you familiar with the rate making methodology in Missouri?
I am.
Would you agree that a utility only improves earnings by increasing investment?
Yes.
And would you further agree that given the effects of depreciation on rate base over time, that absent these further investments, a utility's earnings will actually decrease over time?
Yes.
So would you agree then, given the effects of depreciation, that utilities are constantly looking for opportunities to invest?
Yes, and I believe the Elliott STP bears that out.
Do you believe that that same motivation is reflected in the portfolio in this case?
Absolutely. And I would just pause real quick and just point out that this is a non-essential service. It's a non-essential service. You don't need this for safe and adequate services. And moreover, we have every reason to expect the federal government to go ahead and provide close to $100 million with more opportunities thereafter to go ahead and get funding for this very thing.
And when you say $100 million, that's the Missouri specific portion of the federal dollars. Is that correct?
It is. It is. And if you think about it, like just for a second, Mr. Woodsmall, there's about 3,500 gas stations roughly in this state. If we just put a DCFC fast charging station at a 50 kilowatt current at a voltage, we could effectively put a DCFC fast charger in just about every gas station in the state. If that and that's all federal dollars. If that existed, I think that pretty much nullifies any argument for range anxiety. And that's not borne by ratepayers. But yes, I mean, obviously, Evergy has a perverse incentive to build out rate base and to put those ratepayer dollars onto a non-essential service.
And in addition to the fact that investment will drive up a utility's earnings, would you also agree that it drives up customer rates?
Unfortunately, yes, that's absolutely borne out.
You mentioned earlier that affordable rates do more to help EV adoption than a clean charge network. Do you recall that statement?
I do.
And can you tell me, are you generally familiar with Evergy's rates?
I am.
You tell me your understanding of the affordability of Evergy's rates.
So I usually focus on a couple data points to help me gauge the affordability of rates. One is the Edison Electric Institute's, rate schedule book, which looks at rates across utilities and across service classes. I also look at EIA Form 861 data. The Evergy Metro is well above the national average. That's despite not coming in for a rate case in roughly 3 years. Evergy West is more affordable. However, Evergy West is looking to, you got to keep in mind context is important because we have $300 million in Storm Uri costs that are coming down that are going to be borne by those ratepayers. We also know, based off of Evergy's, as publicly stated that they're planning to coming in for a rate case the first quarter of 2022. This to say nothing for the many surcharges where those rates and those costs are being borne and included in customers' bills. So they're significantly higher than Ameren right today, for example.
Would you agree that the proposals in this case will cause an upward pressure on Evergy's rates that are already above the national average?
Yes, they will.
Are you aware of any recent publications indicating some fear of blowback from customers due to high utility rates?
Yes, a number of publications actually. And in fact, just yesterday I saw a Robert Woods Foundation poll that cited huge concerns over both fuel costs and just the overall energy transition. Probably the canary in the coal mine is looking over at Europe. I'm familiar with the U.S. Bank report that cited, the volatility in fuel costs, but also in liability investments that have been made and its impact on the economy at large. So yeah, there's been protests in France over it. To suggest that, look no further than our public comments in our many dockets and in rate cases and public hearings.
In that Bank of America report, does it look towards Europe and say there are lessons to be learned from what's happening there on affordability of rates in the United States?
It does. It does. It emphasizes that affordability. It's to quote James Carville, it's the economy, stupid. At the end of the day, that is a driving, motivating factor, and it has an impact on everybody's lives. From large industrials to fixed income seniors on the residential rates.
Familiar with an entity called JD Power?
Yes, I am.
Does JD Power have a survey ranking electric utilities on customer satisfaction?
They do.
Would you agree that Evergy ranks well below average in customer satisfaction?
Yes, I do. I would say that they're not as low as Empire, but they're low.
And would you agree that the number one factor driving Evergy's below average ranking in customer satisfaction is rate affordability?
Yep, absolutely. JD Power looks at a number of different metrics to kind of to pull that all together, but absolutely customer affordability is the number one concern of Evergy's customers.
Please leave me a message and I will get back to you. Thank you.
Finally, on the issue of rate making. I'm sorry. Are you ready for me to proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please. Something cut into our WebEx program here. Go ahead. You may proceed. You may need to repeat your last question, please.
I'll do that. So to tie this all together, will the investment proposals in this case likely affect rate affordability and potentially cause further erosion in Evergy's below average customer satisfaction?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a concept known as PISA, plant and service accounting?
Yes, I am.
And generally, are you familiar that that was created by statute?
Yes.
And that statute provides for a certain moratorium period if a utility elects the PISA accounting?
Yes,
Were you involved in Evergy's last rate case?
I was.
And when did rates go in effect in the last Evergy rate case?
It was the winter of 2018, I believe.
And when did Evergy elect to opt into plant and service accounting?
It would be January 1st of 2019, I believe.
Okay. Moving on, have you heard the various discussion regarding Evergy's request for decisional prudence determination from the commission related to its clean charge network expansion?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that Evergy already has 650 vehicle chargers in its Missouri service area?
I am.
And that through this case, Evergy is simply seeking to expand that from 650 to 800 electric vehicle chargers. Is that correct?
Or potentially more. Yes.
You know whether Evergy sought a similar prudency determination from the commission with regard to the original 650 vehicle chargers?
They did not.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I can hear you, Jim. Jim, did you need something?
I'm sorry. I should have been on mute.
Okay. So go back to that previous question. Do you know whether Evergy sought a similar prudency determination from the commission with regard to the original 650 vehicle chargers? I believe your answer was no, they hadn't.
Correct.
Okay. Instead, Evergy simply built a charging network and then sought recovery in a rate case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So Evergy was comfortable making a managerial decision to construct 650 vehicle chargers then, but now says that it needs assurances from the commission to simply build 150 more. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We've had much discussion throughout this case regarding the commission's statements in its 2014 report and order regarding the Evergy Clean Charge Network. Evergy has repeatedly emphasized that the commission complemented its network. Can you provide a more complete picture based upon your understanding of the 2014 and 2016 report and orders?
I can. In the 2014 report and order, and I think it's been offered, I think is misleading in how Evergy portrayed it. The company at that time didn't know where it was going. They didn't provide any great detail. Effectively, the commission was generally supportive of electric vehicle electrification, but stopped at that point. The 2016 case would have been the next opportunity for the CCN network to get approval. And the commission categorically rejected it for all of the reasons that we have said in testimony: over fear of competition, over stranded investments. That 2016, I believe it's 285 is that docket.
Yes, just to clarify the record, ER 2016-0285, I believe is what you're referring to.
Yeah, I would
Please
implore
continue.
the current commission, and I think there's commissioners that were present, that are still on the commission, that were present in that docket. But that report and order just categorically points out the problems inherent with this CCN network, with this application. Nothing's changed. I mean, that's the big problem here. And again, I would point to the fact that we've come to agreements with Empire and Ameren where it made sense. And effectively, this application is just more of the same.
And in fact, in that 2016 case, after a remand from the Court of Appeals, the commission was so concerned about these costs that they segregated them into their own specific class. Is that correct?
Your Honor,
That is
I'd like
correct.
to, Your Honor, excuse me, I'd like to register an objection. Mr. Woodsmall has been asking quite a lot of friendly cross-examination questions. I think it's pretty clear on this topic and several others that there's complete agreement between OPC and MCEG, and so it's not only a waste of time, it's also prejudicial for Mr. Woodsmall to ask questions of Dr. Mark on areas, or excuse me, on topics on which they agree.
Your Honor,
This is Kleiser from OPC. Sorry, Kleiser from OPC. Can I just ask who registered the objection? I wasn't able to see in time.
I apologize. That was Scott Dunbar on behalf of ChargePoint.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Since this came up earlier in the hearing, I went and did some research on it. First off, I don't have a witness in this case, so obviously I'm going to go to the witness that I think will best know this information, be able to provide it for me. That said, I looked up cross-examination in the Black's Law Dictionary, and it doesn't provide for any measure of hostility between a party and a witness. It simply says the examination of a witness by a party other than the direct examiner, and that's what I am. Moving more specifically to Missouri, the Missouri Administrative Procedures Act says that I may cross-examine, this is section 536.070, says that I may cross-examine, quote, on any matter relevant to the issues, even though the matter was not the subject of the direct examination. So I don't know what legal theory or doctrine Mr. Dunbar is relying on, but certainly the Missouri Administrative Procedure Act provides me the ability to cross-examine this witness.
The objection will be overruled. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Moving on, I sent out, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, a document to all the council, and I hope I copied you, Mr. Mark. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay. And if council didn't get it, please let me know so I can make sure I get it to everybody. Are you generally familiar with Evergy's rate schedules?
I am.
David, this is Roger from Evergy. I don't think we've got it yet.
Okay.
Kleiser from OPC. I just want to confirm that we did receive Exhibit 500 from Mr. Woodsmall, so it has been sent.
You're on there, Roger. Let me forward it again just to you. So
Jim, did you get it by chance? Jim Fisher?
and Jim was on there as well.
I just received it.
So it may be just a little delay. Do you want me to wait, Roger? Or?
No, you can go ahead, David, if Jim has it. I have not seen it yet.
Okay.
Hey, David, this is just our effective rates. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's several of the pages from Evergy's current rate schedules. And I think I'll explain that more as we go.
I have it now, David.
Gentlemen, just be reminded when you speak to identify yourself, and this is Judge Graham.
I'll try to do better. Again, David Woodsmall, MECG. Did you say you're generally familiar with Evergy's rate schedules?
And this is Jeff Mark with the Office of Public Counsel. Yes, I am.
Would you agree that Evergy currently has rate schedules for residential service, small general service, medium general service, large general service, and large power service?
Yes.
Would you describe what is shown? Your Honor, what I sent around, I've marked as Exhibit 500, which I believe is my first pre-assigned exhibit number. So is that Exhibit 500 an okay designation with you?
Well, I'm going to say, I don't have the order open in front of me in EPUS. Were those the numbers that were dedicated to MECG? The
They
500?
are, Your Honor.
Oh, that's fine, then go ahead and proceed.
Okay, again, David Woodsmall for MECG. Would you describe what is shown in Exhibit 500?
These are Kansas City Power and Light companies' rate schedules for residential, small general service, medium general service, large general service, large power service, and that's it.
Okay. And turning to the first one, the residential rate schedule, can you tell me what the service is that is actually being offered there?
Yeah, as shown in the availability section of the residential rate schedule, the service being offered is electric service.
Okay, and that's a quote. The service is, quote, electric service.
Yes.
Turning to the small general service rate schedule, can you tell me the service that is being offered there?
1 second. As shown in the availability section of the SGS rate schedule, the service being offered is electric service.
Similarly, can you tell me what the service is that's being offered in the medium general service rate schedule?
As shown in the availability section of the MGS rate schedule, the service being offered is electric service.
Turning to the large general service rate schedule, can you tell me what the service is that's being offered there?
As shown in the availability section of the LGS rate schedule, the service being offered is electric service.
And finally, on the large power, is the service being offered there electric service?
It is.
So under all these, would you agree then that electric service is an existing service for Evergy?
Yes.
You have Mr. Casely's direct testimony in this case?
I can get it. Okay.
Attached to his testimony are a number of tariff sheets, and they're not numbered within the attachment, so I don't know how to direct you to it other than to say, do you see the tariff sheets there?
1 second.
Specifically, I'm going to ask you questions about the tariff sheet for the electric transit service rate proposal.
Okay, I've actually got that. Okay.
Would you describe Evergy's proposed electric transit service program in this case?
Hold on a second. I've lost this again. Give me one second.
No problem.
Got old rates up. Okay. As seen in the applicability section, it provides electricity for purposes of charging electric public transit vehicles. That's the electric transit service. Yeah.
Do you see above that a section entitled availability?
Yes.
Turning to the availability section of the electric transit service program rate schedule, would you read out loud the first sentence under the availability provision?
Electric service is available under the schedule through 1 meter on the company's existing distribution facilities.
So the service being offered as contained in that availability section for electric transit service is electric service. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Would you turn 2 pages to the tariff entitled Business EV Charging Service?
Okay.
Are you familiar with this proposed tariff?
Yes.
Would you describe what this proposal seeks to do?
As seen in the applicability section, it provides electricity for purposes of non-residential customers charging electric vehicles.
Turning to the section immediately ahead of it, the availability section, would you read out loud the first sentence under the availability provision?
Electric service is available under the schedule through 1 meter at a point on the company's existing distribution facilities.
So what is the service that is actually being offered to customers under the Business EV Charging Service Program?
Electric service.
So you would agree then that the service that is being proposed to be offered under the electric transit service rate schedule and the business EV charging rate schedule is electric service, which is the same service offered under the residential SGS, MGS, LGS, and LP rate schedules?
Yes.
Let's look at some specific examples. I believe you talked about this briefly with staff. Are you aware that Kansas City Metro, the city itself, already has transit vehicles that are electric?
Yes.
And Kansas City is able to charge its transit vehicles despite the fact that there is not currently an Evergy electric transit service rate schedule?
Right. So the electric streetcar or electric buses would be charged under the one of the current general service rate schedules.
So then this would not be a new service because they're already able to access electric service under current tariffs.
Correct.
Are you aware that there are currently business customers in Evergy service area that are providing charging services to its customers' electric vehicles, such as movie theaters, shopping malls, restaurants, etc.?
Yes.
And these customers are able to offer that service to its customers, electric vehicle charging customers, despite the fact that there is not currently a business EV charging rate schedule?
That's correct.
You have an opinion as to what rate schedules these customers may be using to provide electric vehicle charging to their customers?
Since those customers are non-residential customers, they would rely on one of the current general service rate schedules.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 500 into the record.
Do I hear any objections? Let me open that. Does that have a name?
We've marked it as Exhibit 500. What it was identified as by the witness is some of Evergy's current generally available rate schedules for residential SGS, MGS, LGS, and large power customers.
Hearing no objections, Exhibit 500 will be admitted into the record.
Moving on, do you believe that any of the services being proposed in this case would constitute renewable generation?
No.
You believe that any of the services being proposed here would constitute microgrids?
No.
You believe any of the services being proposed in this case would constitute energy storage?
Not as filed, no.
And when you say not as filed, can you explain that?
Yeah. In theory, you could use, I guess we could look at EV charging stations as a potential storage offshoot. I say not as filed because the batteries would need to be connected to the grid. The electric vehicles and their batteries would need to be connected to the grid. You need to have some sort of netting device that would look at the amount of energy that is being consumed on that meter versus how much of that is being put back in. I'm not aware of any utility that's actively doing vehicle to grid programs at this point. So there's the potential of something like that, but the coordination of something that and the work, the labor and the hours that's going to be needed to make that happen is really far into the future at this point. And it doesn't, put it this way, this application is not going to be doing that.
Believe that the proposed expansion of the clean charge network is, quote, small scale?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You believe that the proposed expansion to the current clean charge network is small scale?
I mean, I guess it depends on the eye of the beholder as to, if it's small or not. I'm not sure I have an opinion on that.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Evergy's current clean charge network is the largest in the country?
It was at one time the largest in the nation. It is infinitely like the largest in the state. There's probably only a handful of states that have, or metro areas that have more EV charging stations per capita. In fact, we had there was an electric vehicle docket, a workshop docket where we filed comments, and it was in Mr. Gleiser's opening where we showed a report from Oxford University that effectively showed Kansas City as a case study of what not to do for electric vehicle adoption. I mean, the number on the X and Y axis was, was an outlier. I mean, huge amounts of EV charging stations, very, 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 very little adoption.
Okay. Moving on, can you tell me what your understanding of the interests of ChargePoint is in this case, or what their interests in general are?
ChargePoint's interests are for to make money for their investors and for their management.
Do you believe that ChargePoint represents the interests of any Evergy customers?
No.
Can you tell me what the interests of Sierra Club are in general?
Macro level environmental interest.
Do you believe that Sierra Club represents the interests of any Evergy customers?
No customer class. There might be customers that value environmental initiatives, but no.
Okay. Can you tell me what your understanding of the interests of the National Resources Defense Council are in general?
Similar to Sierra Club.
Do you believe that NRDC represents the interests of any Evergy customers as a class?
No.
Can you tell me your understanding of the interests of Renew Missouri?
Renew Missouri is a non-for-profit that supports renewables in the state of Missouri.
Believe that Renew Missouri represents the interests of any Evergy customers?
Again, there might be customers that support renewable, projects, but as a customer class, no.
Tell me your understanding of the parties in this case. Who does actually represent the interest of Evergy customers?
The Office of Public Counsel, the MECG, Missouri Energy Consumer Group, and to the extent that they have, taken a neutral stance, the Missouri Public Service Commission staff.
Okay, and what is the position of all those parties that represent customer interest in this case?
To reject this proposal.
Moving on, were you listening on Tuesday when Mr. Casely testified?
I was.
I believe staff's already covered that question, so we'll skip that. Do you have an opinion as to whether Evergy's Clean Charge Network has worked?
It has not worked. I mean, that is my opinion, and we should learn from it. I referenced the Oxford study, but this is, in my opinion, a case study of what not to do. And the answer off of that pilot, effectively, we've already done a pilot. Numbers haven't borne out. The answer is don't do the same thing, which is exactly what this proposal is putting forward. It's explore and look at the other options. And, again, without going into settlement discussion, both the Empire case and to a certain extent the Ameren case provide better blueprints as to moving forward. Honestly, the real answer to this is just to sit and wait. We'll know whether or not the federal government's going to be giving out money here by the end of the year. We'll at least have a better idea. But there's no compelling argument just to fast forward and rubber stamp this thing moving forward.
When you say that the current Clean Charge Network hasn't worked, would you agree that that opinion is supported by the fact that these current chargers are not being used?
I mean, and again, Mr. Woodsmall, one of the points that I like to emphasize when I'm looking at this from a consumer advocate standpoint is the concept of opportunity cost. We can solve a lot of problems, but we can't solve every problem. And we've got to be mindful of the dollar amounts that we do have and how we spend it. throwing money at something that's already shown not to work is not a prudent use of dollars. And it sure as heck is difficult to justify when those same customers who are going to be asked to bear those costs have the highest arrearage amounts in the state. We're talking, categorically larger than what we're seeing on the Ameren side. It just seems inequitable and regressive to go ahead and give out $500 rebates to again, my God, to people that already own EV cars. And in light of the Storm Uri costs that are coming down, the planned, $9 billion of capital investment, for all of those reasons, we've got to be mindful of how we use captive customers' dollars, or else people are going to suffer at the end of the day. And Lord knows we get enough of those phone calls, in our office. Almost every other day, I'm getting at least a phone call from a senior that's on fixed income that can't make bills. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And another factor that supports your opinion that the Clean Charge Network hasn't worked is what you referred to earlier, is that it's not actually promoting adoption, even compared to St. Louis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You mentioned the $500 rebate that would be available to people that already own electric vehicles in the service area. Let's try to put that in perspective. I believe in your errata sheet that you mentioned that there are currently 1,412 electric vehicles in the Evergy service area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And each of these vehicles would be eligible for a $500 rebate. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
So if we just simply take the 1,412 electric vehicles and multiply by 500, what we see is that calculation is $706,000. Would you accept that?
I would.
And so that's $706,000 going to customers that already are using electric vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have an opportunity to read the NRDC witnesses Max Baumhefner's testimony.
I did.
Would you go to his testimony and read page 3, lines 20 through 23, and his page 4, line 1?
1 second, please. Page 3, lines, what again?
Page 3, lines 20 through 23.
As researchers from Idaho National Laboratory note, the availability of public infrastructure provides consumer confidence against range anxiety, or the perceived fear by battery electric vehicle drivers by becoming stranded once the battery is depleted. However, this availability means that infrastructure must naturally proceed from the adoption of PEVs.
And are you familiar with that study?
Yes, I am.
You agree that this statement accurately characterizes the Idaho study?
I had a similar question from Staff Counsel Mers, but no, it didn't. The conclusion of that study, and again, I'll repeat it. The answer is clear. Despite installations of extensive public charging infrastructure in most of the project areas, the vast majority of charging was done at home at work. That's 85% of the charging is being done at home. It's the equivalent of if you had a gas station in your garage at home, you would use it.
Counsel, this is Judge Graham.
Yes,
what was
sir.
Your question? Would you repeat your question so the witness can answer your question? And,
okay.
Get back to examination here.
Okay. Do you agree that the statement accurately characterizes the Idaho study? I believe that's yes or no.
No.
And can you tell me why you don't believe that that statement accurately characterizes the Idaho study?
As I read that Mr. Baumhofer's statement, it's implying that more EV charging stations are necessary. The study says, nevertheless, and I quote, the projects demonstrated that a ubiquitous charging network is not needed to support PEV driving.
Okay, we're getting really close. I only have 4 or 5 more questions. Could you go to the testimony on page 4? Are you familiar with the information provided on lines 7 through 15?
Yes,
And are you familiar with that National Academies of Science report?
I am.
You agree that this statement accurately characterizes the National Academy of Sciences study?
I would not. I mean, this is what the National Academy of Scientists study.
Let me stop you there.
Yes.
Your answer was no, it does. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. And can you tell me why that this statement doesn't accurately characterize the National Academy of Science study?
The recommendation by the National Academy of Science was for the federal government to cease funding of ubiquitous charging networks moving forward. And again, that's testimony that I filed in my direct case in the Ameren docket, because they couldn't find a correlation between a strong correlation between EV charging stations and EV adoption, which again is right in line with the Clean Charge Network pilot, effectively, that we saw already to date.
Okay. You recommended that the commission reject the commercial rebate program, but gave a secondary recommendation that if they approve it, they should put in an 80-20 participant, non-participant split to minimize free riders. Is that accurate understanding of your recommendation there?
Yes.
Can you tell me what a free rider is?
You know, a free rider, as we typically use the term here on the regulatory side, is a customer that would do that action regardless of the rebate that's being offered. We see it a lot in MIA programs. We try to design programs to minimize free riders, because that's, again, it's just giving out rebates to people that would already do the stuff. The 80-20 is there, which is in line with MIA and with other programs that I've seen, to minimize the impact. Let's just accept the fact that there's probably going to be some people that would take advantage of this rebate regardless. Well, to minimize that, the 80-20 still shows that they've got some skin in the game. And I would highly recommend that for the commission, if they are going to move forward with a rebate program. And I don't think they should, because again, that rebate program is just going to cannibalize their existing CCN network. But if they do, let's not go, throw this money at customers that are already going to do this anyway. I mean, that logic's almost as bad as giving a $500 rebate to customers that already have EV charging or EV cars.
You know what a stranded investment is?
I do.
Can you tell me what a stranded investment is?
Yeah, so a stranded investment is a it can mean a lot of things in a lot of different contexts, but it's effectively an investment that's no longer earning its return or covering its cost. It's being retired prematurely. We've used the term stranded investment a lot in terms of different generation plants or obsolete technology. That's the biggest concern is, and this is why command control models fail routinely when compared to your market versions, is that we're throwing money forward at technology that will be obsolete in a few years. Those slow charging stations right now that are littered throughout the Kansas City, the Evergy service territory, are just that. They're going to be obsolete, or if they're not already, because they're not covering their cost and the technology is moving forward at a rapid rate.
Final question. Are you familiar with the developer rebate program?
I am.
And I believe on Tuesday, Mr. Casely said that the developer rebates could help push the market for all home developers to put in 240 volt outlets in the homes. Does this program result in a free rider issue as well?
Oh my gosh, yes. We absolutely have developers, and this is a problem that we face on the MIA side of, developers.
Council, Judge Graham speaking. I think that question required a yes or no answer.
Okay, I'll follow up. Can you tell me how the developer rebate program results in a free rider issue?
In short, you would have a number of developers that would be, or several developers that would become aware of such a program that would already have been putting in those plugs. Right now, as it's designed, there's nothing preventing those developers from taking advantage. It's just free money. It's just free money that we're throwing out there.
So how would you correct the developer rebate program to avoid the concern with free ridership?
I would remove the developer program. I would encourage Evergy to speak with their local building codes and standards boards and try to move that on a municipal level if that's their goal. It shouldn't be subsidized through captive ratepayers.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Sierra Club or NRDC have any questions?
Yes, Judge. This is Joe Halso for Sierra Club and NRDC. Just a few questions.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Mark.
Morning, Mr. Halso.
In your colloquy with Ms. Mears and Mr. Woodsmall, you referred to the study issued by researchers at Idaho National Labs that's quoted on pages 3 to 4 and cited in footnote 3 of the testimony of Sierra Club NRDC witness Mr. Baumhefner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, for the record, I'm going to note this study is by Jim Frankfurt et al. It's titled Considerations for Corridor and Community DC Fast Charging Complex System Design. You noted that you're very familiar with this study. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you read from your own testimony in Amarin's ET-2016-0246, testimony that was quoted again in ET-2018-0132, that you represented quotes from that study. Is that right?
That's what I represented, yes.
Okay. And your testimony citing the study in question was first filed in 2016. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the study cited in footnote 3 of Mr. Baumhefner's testimony in this case for the proposition that infrastructure must naturally precede adoption was issued in 2017?
I said the Idaho National Lab was 2016. Let me look at my testimony to see what year. Just to be clear, I'm looking for the National Academy of Science.
I'm asking you about the Idaho National Labs research quoted in Mr. Baumhefner's testimony that you represented, you were very familiar with, and it in fact quoted in your own previous testimony before this commission.
Okay, and the question?
Let me begin again. Your testimony citing this study that we're talking about was first filed in 2016. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the study cited in footnote 3 of Mr. Baumhefner's testimony in this case was issued in 2017?
What footnote is that?
This is footnote 3 on page 4. And for the record, this is exhibit 700, the rebuttal of Max Baumhefner.
Mr. Halso, I don't think that's the same study. The text preceding that says it's the National Academy of Science, not the Idaho study.
I want to make sure we're on the same page here. Dr. Mark, you're looking at I'm going to direct you to look at page 3, beginning line 20 of Mr. Baumhefner's testimony. You just quoted this language aloud in your colloquy with Mr. Woodsmall.
I was on the right page. You're right.
Thank you. If you look at footnote 3, you just confirm for me, at least what's represented in the testimony here, is that this study was issued in March of 2017. Is that right?
I'm not trying to be difficult here, Mr. Halso. I'm on page 3. There's 2 footnotes there, not a third footnote.
I'm asking you to look at page 4, footnote 3.
Page 4. Oh, okay. It says March 2017.
Okay. And you have your own testimony from docket ET 2016-0246 in front of you, is that correct?
I do.
Okay. And there you quote research from Idaho National Labs in footnote 11. And you note there that the date of that study is 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it likely then, Dr. Mark, the study you cite and the study that Mr. Baumheffner cites are the same?
No, it looks like they're different studies.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. I appreciate that. So do you maintain your testimony that you're very familiar with the study cited by Mr. Baumheffner?
I would like to correct that. A earlier, I guess, 5-month earlier study came to the conclusion that a ubiquitous charging network is not needed to support BEV driving.
Okay, I want to ask you for a moment about that study. I'll represent to you. It's actually from September 2015. It's entitled Plug-in Electric Vehicle and Infrastructure Analysis, as you note in your testimony from ET-2016-0246. You read your testimony there, quoting that a ubiquitous charging network is not needed to support EV driving. Just stated that again, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, will you please read the next sentence in that paragraph of your quote from that study?
Instead, charging infrastructure should be focused at home, workplaces, and in public hotspots where demand for AC Level 2, EVSE, or DCFC stations is high.
Okay, and just consistent with Judge Graham's request here, what does AC stand for in that quote?
Alternative current, alternate current.
Thank you. And EVSC?
Electric vehicle, I don't know.
Okay.
EVSE.
And
Oh, sorry.
DCFC, Dr. Mark?
Direct current, fast charging.
Thank you. Okay. Would Evergy's proposed commercial EV rebate support charging at multi-unit dwellings if it was approved by the commission?
It would.
Okay, and those are homes where people live, correct?
No. The commercial rebate program?
I'm asking multi-unit dwellings, are those homes where people live?
Multifamily. Could be homes, yes.
Okay, and that same commercial rebate Evergy's proposed would support charging at workplaces, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it could support charging along highway corridors, is that correct?
That's what they've proposed.
Okay, and just your understanding of their filing, issuance of those rebates to particular customers would be driven by customers' interest, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and the company has proposed a residential rebate intended to support home charging, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in the September 2015 study that you quote in the testimony we're looking at now from ET 2016-0246, it states that the primary question about charging infrastructure placement was, would PEV drivers recharge around town at the nearest charging station, following the
Your
path
Honor.
they followed with the gas-powered cars they grew up with, or would they adopt a
Your
new
Honor.
refueling paradigm and charge at a few places where they park their cars for the longest periods of time? Are you aware of that?
Okay.
Advisor from OPC, I'd like to register an objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Assumes facts not in evidence. I think the
Your Honor, may I
question,
respond?
what, just a minute, not talk over each other. Wasn't the question, are you aware? Wasn't that the beginning of the question?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And he is assuming the statements being stated are in fact in the, I apologize, I jumped in too fast.
So the question is he aware of certain facts or of a statement? Let's just get down and parse this. What is he being asked aware of?
Your Honor, this is Joe Halso for the club and NRDC. I'm asking if Dr. Mark is aware of a particular quote in this study from which he cites and has now referred to several times in cross-examination from other counsel and is referred to in the testimony of my own witness.
What is your response to that, Mr. Kleiser?
The existence of that quote is a fact, and the study or the report itself, whatever we're referring to, is not in evidence.
But counsel's response is that this witness has referred to that study in his testimony. Is that not right? Am I?
That's correct, Your Honor. Again, this is Joe Halso. If I might just add that the witness has stated he's very familiar with this study, relies upon it for a conclusion in his testimony today, and I want to ask about his understanding of it.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Mark, I'll restate the question. Are you aware that in the September 2015 Idaho National Labs study that you cited in prior testimony before this commission, it states, the primary question about charging infrastructure placement was, would PEV drivers, plug-in electric vehicle drivers, recharge around town at the nearest charging station, following the pattern they followed with the gas-powered cars they grew up with, or would they adopt a new refueling paradigm and charge at the few places where they park their cars for the longest periods of time?
Am I aware that that statement is in the Idaho National Lab study?
That's right.
I can't speak verbatim as to what that study is. Is it in testimony that I filed?
It's in the study you referred to in your testimony. Are you aware?
I don't have
that
it
is the
memorized,
question
sir.
addressed?
These are big studies.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. I'll represent to you that it does. And so when the study says a ubiquitous charging network is not necessary, as you quote, it is using that phrase to refer to the gasoline refueling experience. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review the intervention papers of Sierra Club in this case?
The work papers?
The intervention papers, our petition for leave to intervene.
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that Sierra Club has more than 12,700 members in the state of Missouri, many of whom are Evergy ratepayers?
If you say so.
Are you aware that Sierra Club represents the interests of its members?
If you say so.
Is that a no, Dr. Mark?
That Sierra Club represents its interest of its members?
Are you aware that Sierra Club represents the interests of its members?
I think that's Sierra Club's intent.
Okay. Just a few more questions. You had a colloquy with Mr. Wood Small about the National Academies of Science study that's cited on page 14 of the Sir rebuttal testimony of Mr. Baumhefner. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Can I direct you to page 14, beginning at line 4? Just let me know when you're there.
I inadvertently logged out here. 1 second.
No problem.
The page number again?
It's page 14, beginning at line 4.
I'm there.
Okay. You had a colloquy with Mr. Wood Small in which you stated you didn't believe that Mr. Baumhefner's reference to the National Academy of Sciences study accurately characterized the study. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, beginning here at line 4, Mr. Baumhefner quotes, from that study, home charging is a virtual necessity for mainstream plug-in electric vehicle buyers. Do you dispute that that is an accurate quote from that National Academies of Sciences study?
I don't dispute that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Mark. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take a break right there. I'm pretty sure we're going to have more questions for this witness, and it's just about 12 straight up. So we'll take a break and we'll resume at 1 o'clock. We'll see you all later.
Lisa.
Yes, he mentioned that I had to go, so I figured somebody told him, but we found somebody to take mine.
Okay. You do have somebody or you don't? I'm sorry.
We do. I'm covered and I'll be back for you guys to finish up.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
No problem. See you
Awesome.
later. Bye. Oops, excuse me.
Can folks hear me?
I can hear you. Kleiser from
We
OPC.
can.
Thank you. Okay, I've got 1 o'clock. Judge Graham speaking. And I believe we were ready. Are we ready to begin? Do we have a court reporter?
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe we were ready for Renew Missouri's cross-examination of Jeff Mark. Dr. Mark, is Dr. Mark ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Jeff Mark with the Missouri Office of Public Counsel.
All right. Does Renew Missouri have any questions of this witness? Renew Missouri back online? Okay. Hold up here, I'm going through my notes. All right, is Charge Point ready to go?
Your Honor, we have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Does Evergy have questions for Dr. Mark?
Yes, Judge, this is Jim Fisher. I do have a few questions for Dr. Mark.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mark. How are you today?
Oh, living the dream, Mr. Fisher.
Okay, good. I'm glad somebody is. I would like to begin by talking to you about one of the, I guess, a fundamental issue, and that's the number of EVs in Kansas City and Missouri. Try to clarify that if we could. I wasn't sure whether, based on your answers, whether you were surprised when you heard the numbers that Evergy suggested were a number of EVs in Kansas City, based on your testimony.
Yes.
You were surprised by those numbers?
Yes.
I would ask you, do you happen to have the Evergy Transportation Electrification Portfolio Filing Report, which is what we call the Evergy report throughout this?
I can get it.
Okay, would you do that?
So just to be clear, do you want me to get the one that you guys filed on 224 or the updated one?
I'd say the updated one. I think the data that I'm going to ask you about is consistent in both, but why don't you go to the updated one on the May 7th filing?
I'm there.
Okay, I'm going to ask you first to turn to just the second page of that. It's a blue graphic entitled Accelerating Transportation Electrification in Missouri.
Yes.
And I used this in the opening statement as well. Do you see there in the middle of the page in a green block where Evergy suggested that the number of EV estimated in the territory for September 2020 for the Missouri Metro was 2,041 for Missouri Metro, and for Missouri West, it was estimated to be 969 vehicles.
And the question is, do I see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember, had you reviewed that before your testimony?
Yes.
So you were aware then that Evergy was estimating 3,010 EV vehicles in the Kansas City area as of September 2020, correct?
I think the operative word there is estimated, but yes.
Okay, and if you turn to, while we're open on that document, let's turn to section 2.2, which is on page 13 of the testimony or the report.
Okay.
Well, before we go there, let me ask you, if I understood your testimony about your errata sheet, you were estimating that there are 1,412 electric vehicles in the Kansas City area. Is that correct?
I was not estimating. That's the number of registered electric vehicles according to the state of Missouri.
Okay, and Evergy was suggesting the estimate was 3,010. You were saying the registered was 1,412. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to your rebuttal testimony, page 9.
Okay.
There, as I understand your chart, it shows that there were 1,291 battery electric vehicles and 103 plug-in vehicles for a total of 1,394. And that's the number that you corrected or with your errata sheet. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And so the total now, according to what your information is the total for battery and plug-ins is 1,412. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we compare the number of plug-ins, the 107 plug-ins, to the total of 1,412, would you agree that that would suggest that there were 7.5% plug-ins compared to the whole EV market?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like for you now to go back to the Evergy report and turn to page 13, section 2.2.
Okay, I think I'm already there. Yes.
Okay, there in the middle of the paragraph 2.2, Evergy territory EV adoption, there's a statement, the number of light duty EVs operating in the Missouri Metro Service Territory was estimated to be 2,040 as of September 2020, with approximately 55% being BEVs. And what do you understand that term to mean?
Battery electric vehicles.
Okay, and 45% PHEVs. What do you understand that term to mean?
The plug-in.
Okay, so is it correct? Would you agree that Evergy is suggesting that there are 55% battery operated vehicles compared to 45% plug-in vehicles?
That's what your report says.
And so that's another area where there's a difference of opinion because your data shows there is only 7.5% plug-ins, where Evergy is suggesting that there are 45% plug-ins, correct?
That's what your report says.
Okay. Let's go to your rebuttal testimony at page 9.
Okay.
And let's look at footnote number 14. There you say the data supplied by the Missouri Department of Revenue, or I guess that's the source. And then you say, I will attempt to update these numbers for for some rebuttal testimony if necessary. And that's what you've done now. You've updated those numbers, correct?
Correct.
And then you say the next sentence, these numbers are supported by EV registration metrics reported by the U.S. Department of Energy for the end of calendar year 2020, which reported Missouri total EV registrations at 6,740. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, if I understood your testimony on page 10 in your rebuttal at lines 3 and 4, you were talking about the St. Louis County, City, and St. Charles number. And you, I believe, said the number was 3,681 for battery plus plug-ins. Is that right?
Yes.
And the number for Kansas City in the errata sheet was a total of 1,412 EVs total for Kansas City.
Yes.
So if my math was correct, if I added the 3,681 in St. Louis and the 1,412 in Kansas City, your numbers would suggest there were a little over 4,093 EV vehicles in Missouri. Is that right?
Could you repeat that again, sir?
Yes, sir. The number for St. Louis was 3,681.
Right.
And the number for Kansas City, according to your data, is 1,412.
Uh-huh.
And whenever I added those together, the number came to 4,093. Does that sound right?
I'm going to do it here. So I'm adding 3,681 plus 1,412.
Yes.
I get 5,093.
Oh, 5,093. My machine, my calculator didn't work right. Okay, 5,093. So that would be your number, your estimate for the EVs in Kansas City and St. Louis. Is that right?
Yeah, and to be clear, when I say Kansas City, I mean Evergy Metro, Evergy West, all the counties that they have a footprint in, and then St. Louis County, St. Louis City, and St. Charles County.
Okay. Dr. Mark, whenever you referred in your footnote 14, you go on to say, see also a website. Is that the source for the data that you had where you came up with 6,740?
Yes.
Do you believe that that 6,740 includes plug-in hybrids?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that. It would be my work papers.
Are you able to click on that website in your report? Whenever I did, it took me right to the table.
I don't have I'm looking at a hard copy, so I'm gonna see if I can type it in. Just bear with me, sir. All right, I'm on it, and I'm gonna download the Excel file. Or do I need to do that?
I think you may. I want to read to you a sentence out of it, and if you could confirm that that was in the report.
Okay.
The sentence I'd like to read, it says this chart, and it's referring to the chart in the report. This chart shows the vehicle registration counts of all electric vehicles, EVs, by state as of December 31, 2020.
Right.
Would that suggest to you that the numbers that were included there were all electric vehicles, not hybrids?
That says all electric vehicles, yes.
Okay. Let's assume that your footnote 14 data that you have here is correct and that there were 6,740 all electric vehicles in Missouri at the end of the calendar year 2020. Now, can you make that assumption for me?
Okay, I've made that.
If we also assume that the rate of all electric vehicles to plug-in hybrids is roughly 50-50, just to make the math easier, then wouldn't it be correct that if there were 676,740 all electric vehicles in Missouri at the end of 2020, then there would be another 6,700 or so plug-ins for a total of 13,500 all EVs and hybrids together.
I'm going to object to the relevance of this question, given that there is no actual proof that that's the actual ratio between plug-in hybrid electric vehicles and actual electric vehicles.
That objection will be overruled.
Would that be correct, Dr. Mark, that there would be, if we, under those assumptions, there'd be 6,740 all electric vehicles and then another roughly 6,700 hybrid plug-in vehicles?
I don't know. Well, I'm going to ask you to repeat it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear. I'm asking you, if we also assume that the ratio of all electric vehicles to plug-in vehicles is roughly 50-50, just to make the math easier. It was really, the Evergy suggests it's 55-45, but let's just assume 50-50 for purposes of this question. Then there would be 6,740 all electric vehicles in Missouri at the end of 2020, and another 6,700 plug-in hybrid vehicles for a total of about 13,500 all electric and hybrid together, correct?
Okay.
You gonna make that assumption? And that would be considerably more than your 4,093 registered all electric and hybrid vehicles, correct?
I feel like I'm following the mental gymnastics that you're asking me to perform here. I guess I've got some caveats with it, but if I
That's the
assume,
numbers, correct?
I don't know if I can answer that. Let me, I apologize. Try it again, Mr. Fisher. So
Oh,
what
sure.
you're asking me,
Let me just go slow.
yeah, okay.
Your data there on footnote 14 suggests that there were 6,740 all electric vehicles at the end of the calendar year 2020.
Right.
And I'm suggesting that if that's, we'll assume that's true, and those are all electric vehicles, and I'm asking you to assume that the ratio of all electric vehicles to plug-in hybrids is roughly 50-50.
Okay.
And if we assume that, and we take the data of 6,700 Missouri all electric vehicles at
I
the end
gotcha.
of the calendar year, then there would be another 6,740, I guess, a 50-50 ratio. And that would total about 13,500 all electric vehicles plus hybrids, plus all plug-in hybrids, right?
If I assume that the ratios are 50-50, yes.
Right. And if we assume that, then if we compare that number to your 4,093, it's, or 5,093, it's, well, it's more than twice as many, right?
Yes. If with those assumptions, that's what would be twice as many.
So there's a fundamental difference about how many plug-in hybrids are out there from your data versus the Evergy data, right?
And I would take, yes, there's a fundamental difference between the position the company has made and the empirical data that's on the record.
Okay, that's good. And just one last question, I guess. You don't consider yourself to be an expert in the forecasting the sales of electric vehicles, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Okay, I've got a few. Dr. Markey, if the commission were, and this is hypothetical, if the commissioner does support the residential electrical vehicle outlet, then why doesn't the Office of Public Counsel support ChargePoint's recommended modifications for the program, especially the suggestion to hardwire the home chargers and not require the installation of NEMA outlets? Do you have a response to that? And the hypothetical is that the commission does support the residential EV outlet program. So why in that event doesn't OPC support ChargePoint's recommended modifications as I described? Do you have any opinion or testimony on that score?
I'm going to attempt to answer, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we did not support any of ChargePoint's recommendations, and there were 4 recommendations. And I could speak to each one of those recommendations if you'd like, or just narrow it specifically to the NEMA.
Yeah, narrow it to the NEMA, please.
Okay. I don't think we have a strong opinion. But this is not a good program, period. It's the equivalent of saying, if we want to, give money away, would you rather burn it or throw it in the garbage can? I guess we're indifferent as to either way.
So in the event that the commission does support the residential electrical vehicle outlet program, OPC does not have a strong opinion on ChargePoint's suggestion concerning hardwiring home chargers and not requiring the installation of NEMA outlets. OPC just does not have a strong opinion on that in the event that the commission does support the residential EV outlet program. Am I saying your testimony correctly?
Yes, sir. And I would agree with it. We do not have a strong opinion on that specific issue.
All right. Given the Office of Public Counsel's concerns about freeloaders, which you have testified to on during cross-examination, and as well as in your pre-file, would a requirement for the installation of a charger instead of a NEMA outlet reduce the potential for NEMA outlets being installed for other reasons besides a charger? Do you have testimony on that?
Let me see if I can understand. I'm going to walk back what I heard, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Then we'll know whether you understood.
Okay. What I heard was if free ridership would be reduced if instead of rebating the NEMA outlet, we just rebated an EV charging station or a charger, sorry.
Yes, you've understood the question.
Okay. Free ridership would not be reduced.
You want to explain?
Because the fundamental premise behind the program itself is flawed. These are cars. They've already got electric vehicles. So
right.
This is a solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist.
Okay.
We've got AMI technology that's being underutilized that we can utilize today to go ahead and send proper price signals to accomplish the exact same feat without having to do a $500 rebate or a NEMA outlet rebate. Either one of those both of those options are an inefficient means to an end that already exists, which is time of use rates.
All right. Now, OPC and staff recommend that participants should be required to sign up for the company's existing whole house opt-in time of use rates. Should they be required to sign up for the opt-in TOU rates for a minimum period? 6 months, 12 months, 18 months? Do you have testimony on that score?
I've got an opinion. I don't think I had testimony on it. What I would say is
Go ahead and express your opinion.
multiple years, 5 preferably. This is a very generous rebate for something I believe that they would do otherwise, regardless. They'll, again, in the upcoming rate case, which I think is a better purview for addressing this and looking at it holistically, the rates could be designed and offered up for that. But putting them on a time of use rate, depending on that differential, isn't going to offset the $500 of socialized cost to non-participants. So there's a mismatch in benefits and cost in that. So to answer the question, and I don't think it's good policy, but if you wanted to get good cost effectiveness or the most bang for your buck, they would be locked into that rate for a long time. The problem with that is that raises other problems, right? So I wouldn't make it optional. I'll tell you that. That's for sure, because if it was optional, they're not going to do it. And if they're not going to do it, the chances of them putting more pressure on the distribution system, the chances of them increasing emissions from firing up gas plants or oil or diesel increases, and those are costs that are going to be flown on to non-participants. So it's a program that can do more harm than good. And anytime that is a possibility for a non-essential service, it gives our office pause.
You familiar with the Kansas stipulation that's been discussed in earlier days of this hearing involving
Yes, Your Honor.
Evergy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kansas, yeah, thank you. I heard you. In the Kansas non-unanimous agreement mentioned earlier in this case, I think it has or will be coming into evidence or part of it. Some of the parties to that stipulation agreed to offering a lower rebate to residential customers who do not sign up for the TOU rates. What is your opinion about such a structure to accommodate both customers for whom TOU rates work in their household versus those for whom they do not work? Do you have any opinion on that?
It is better than what the company's current application is requesting.
That would be an improvement over the current application that's pending in Missouri?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Excel Colorado program?
I am.
Generally speaking, do you have thoughts or observations about that program as it relates to or might inform what we do here in this case?
I do. It's a great question because the Excel program has been brought up a couple times last week by multiple witnesses. Context is important. The Excel program, what preceded the Excel program was a series of legislative acts in Colorado, not least of which was an executive mission to move towards a emission-free tailpipe vehicle adoption across the state of Colorado, with particular emphasis on the city of Denver, which is where Excel operates. Denver's got some particularly bad pollution issues because of its geography. The state offered up, I want to say, a $5,000 subsidy tax incentive for any electric vehicle buyer. Shortly after that went into law, COVID-19 hit. and the pandemic wrecked a lot of uncertainty around basically state budgets. Excel, my understanding is Excel stepped up and with cooperation from with the Colorado government, agreed to take over that rebate program. This, in my opinion, and I'll just point on that particular point real quick, is categorically more expensive for customers because if it's coming through tax dollars and through the state budget, you're getting that money and that capital is being afforded to taxpayers at a much lower rate. In Excel's case, it was their weighted average cost of capital plus they wanted a return on and of those expenses. So, which is unprecedented, and that got put into law. From there, the companies were required also by statute to go ahead and produce a comprehensive electric vehicle transportation plan that was vetted by both elected officials and by regulatory staff and stakeholders. So a much more deep dive product that went into that. That program was then offered up, a version of that program was offered up in front of the commission. My understanding is that the company and environmental groups negotiated unbeknownst to the commission staff and their public counsel and came to an agreement on a program that was ultimately rejected by their commission, but other facets were approved from their original application. So their amended stipulation or their stipulation was rejected, but certain aspects of their application were approved at a very high rate, mind you. So the big key thing, to look at, and we're in a unique position here in Missouri where we can now sit back and look, is it going to work? How are things going in Colorado? And Colorado is also under a lot of the same economic stresses that Excel in particular jumps out because Excel had over $1 billion in fuel costs associated with Storm Uri. So the combination of that immediate impact on rates, as well as the large subsidies that are being approved and accruing to customers through their incentive rebate program. We'll see if adoption takes place or if rate shock will trump it. But it is very categorically different than what we have in front of us here in Missouri and in this application.
Thanks. Do you have any opinions about Excel's exploration of recruiting and enrolling a time of use group and a non-time of use group of customers to study the differences between them in their residential charging pilot? Any opinions on that?
I would implore the commission not to go down that route. We've got 14 studies on time of use rates for this utility that ratepayers have funded to date, and more, I think, that are coming down in the next rate case. We've had 6 years worth of AMI investments that are effectively sitting idle because we don't have a time of use rate out there. There are in other witnesses said this too. NRDC's witness, effectively stated it better than I did, which is an EV driver is an EV driver, whether they're in Kansas City or Denver or someplace else. The great thing about all of these regulatory states is we can go ahead, instead of funding $1 million study and punting this for another year, 2 years, maybe 3 years before the commission would have an opportunity to opine on something. We can just look to see what other states have done.
Okay. The International Code Committee, the ICC, has identified, quote, that around 85% of the cost of refits for EV support for electrical vehicle support could be avoided had electrical vehicle capable infrastructure been included in garages during construction. The additional retrofit costs typically include labor expenses for demolition, trenching and boring, balancing the circuits or new panels, and new permitting costs. Do you disagree with their analysis that it would be more economical to install infrastructure at the time of construction? Do you have an opinion on that?
I would agree with that.
You may have anticipated my last two questions. I don't know if they're just last two questions, but pretty close. Aside from anything we've already talked about here, or you've talked about, if the commission were to approve an electrical vehicle pilot program, what do you think would be useful data or metrics for the commission and stakeholders to get from the pilot? And what terms or requirements for the pilot would you suggest to help get that information?
Well, a number of, witnesses have pointed to the Ameren stipulation. I would also, we've got an anticipate and on the record in the near future about the Empire stipulation, which I think could open up some additional dialogue on that topic. My opinion is that we already have a pilot. It's already been done. We've already got the empirical data to draw a number of conclusions. If we're going to do pilot part 2 and move forward with, the same thing, the most important, well, the three things that would jump out for me would be, one, EV registration, which has been a topic of controversy, I think, in this docket or in the last couple of days. 2, and that's easily publicly available through the Department of Revenue. 2, actual charging use. We've got that information, that's been provided in the staff report. It would just be tacking it on again and looking at it. To the extent that you're looking at empirical load shapes and when these EVs are being charged, I would say that's very important too. In the Ameren stipulation, one of the parts of that stipulation was to examine emission reduction controls on a pilot-wide basis through a program called Watt Time. And the idea behind that was really, these programs are being espoused as, pollution reduction, options. How can we make sure that that's the case and is not going towards, counteracting that? The AMR, behind that was designed, the emission reduction Watt Time was something that we looked at on a pilot basis. That might be something to examine again here on the Evergy side. That and I guess the big uncertainty would again be the federal dollars. I mean, if I got $100 million coming into the Missouri that was going to be putting charging stations on top of what we're already looking at, I could see a scenario where we might want to look at some different data to see if that's impacting, the locations. So I guess on that note, what I would say, I apologize, I'm thinking this out loud, would be the option for parties to come back and revisit the data that's being collected to add more information, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Again, you may have anticipated this one and provided an answer, but let's just put it a little differently. Again, you're familiar with the Kansas stipulation. You've indicated if the commission approves any part of the rebate programs, would it be appropriate for the commission to impose an evaluation, measurement, and verification, an EM&V requirement, similar to the Kansas stipulation, if you're aware, if you know?
I am aware, and I would argue that it is not appropriate or a prudent use of ratepayer dollars. You'll be disappointed in an EM&V study. There is nothing that just the reporting data that we're collecting on the Ameren side wouldn't tell us already that we already don't know. Yeah, we don't need.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Are you done with your answer?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, that concludes my questions. Is there any recross after the questions that I've asked? We may have had a connection problem with Renew Missouri. Is there someone from Renew Missouri questions for this witness?
Judge, this is Tim Opitz with Renew Missouri. I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, in that event, does anybody else have any recross for the witness following my questions? All right. Does the Counsel for Office of Public Counsel have any redirect for Dr. Mark?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Once again, for the record, John Kleiser on behalf of the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel. Good afternoon, Dr. Mark.
Good afternoon.
I am going to attempt to go in reverse order to the questions that you were asked, beginning with the questions you received from the bench. One of the questions you received were dealt with what data should be collected if the commission were to approve this program. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
To what extent is Evergy already collecting data through existing AMI, and how would that affect, what additional data can we collect that isn't already available, I guess is what I'd ask.
What additional data could we collect? There's a lot of the, honestly, if you look at the Ameren report, the quarterly reports, most of it's for accounting treatment. I mean, it's a breakdown in cost, it's locations, it's number of chargers, unique chargers that are using it, when they're charging, if at all, how long they're charging. You know, a lot of that you can parse out through, you know, the AMI data. That's stuff that we're doing currently with Ameren that could be applicable if we wanted to look at that for Evergy too, I guess.
Well, I guess my question to you is, Evergy already has a clean charge network. To what extent is this program going to supply additional data that isn't already available because of that clean charge network?
I don't think anything.
All right. You were asked about a study regarding changes to code. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is that effectively are changes to code effectively how the OPC believes the issue that the developer rebate is meant to be addressed should be addressed?
Yes, absolutely. This is, I think it's naive to sit here and think that if we give out, you know, $500 rebate or whatever to go ahead and change a plug to entice a developer that's going to put that sort of plug in there anyway. First of all, there's nothing in the tariffs or their portfolio of program description to make sure that that plug is actually going into an EV car or a new car at that. But infinitely the most cost-effective way would just be to go ahead and build these things the right way. And I forget who asked me that, but if it was the RLJ or if it was Mr. Fisher, but just building things the right way. And that is best accomplished through codes and standards at the local level. I know for a fact that Ameren is very active in those discussions with different municipalities moving forward. You know, I suspect Evergy is to a certain extent too, but that's the route to move. Just build these things right the first way, but trying to back end it like this and hope that it works will inevitably be cost ineffective.
Thank you. Now, I know you were asked a question about Excel Colorado that you talked about at length. I don't suppose there's anything else that's necessary to discuss about the Excel Colorado.
No, other than let's sit back and watch, you know, how it plays out. I think it's a very regressive option. I think it's a very expensive option. Just switching it from a tax dollars to ratepayers, you're probably increasing the cost about 44%. And that's being socialized to a smaller group of customers now, ratepayers, captive ratepayers, than taxpayers. There's nothing at face value, you know. I mean, it raises all sorts of ethical issues, I even think. I mean, let's see how it plays out. I mean, again, none of that is being offered here in this portfolio. I'm aware of
All
no
right.
statute or, you know, directive from, you know, the governor's office that we're to hit a certain target of electric vehicles in the state.
You were asked about the Kansas stipulation and about specifically the residential rebate and how Kansas parties address that residential rebate. Do you recall that?
I do.
Let's start with just a reorientation of what the residential rebate does. Can you explain briefly how the residential rebate that's being offered is supposed to help or benefit non-participants?
So it's a $500 rebate to incentivize customers to get a charger in their premise that's a level 2 charger. So it will increase the overall ability to charge quicker than you otherwise would. It's so
And how does that
$500.
ability?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
How does that ability to charge quicker help non-participants?
I mean, it could potentially hurt non-participants quite easily. The key here is that charging needs to be done during off-peak hours. If you go to work, you come home and you charge, you know, you put your car in the garage and you charge it and let it go, it's going to be increasing that overall peak. That's when everybody comes home from work. You're going to be, everybody's flying, you know, up the TV, doing laundry, cooking food. And then we throw on charging their EV. That's putting more of a strain. That's increasing the overall SPP price. That's costs that are being borne out by all ratepayers and by non-participants. So effectively, what the company has out here is a program that would increase cost across the board. And not just cost, but it would also increase emissions. Because you look at the generation profile of the units that are being run at night like that, when you come home to meet that demand, it's not renewables, it's not intermittent, you know, generation, because there's flow restrictions when it comes to renewables. You're bringing on gas, you're bringing on diesel, you know, you're further supporting coal. So if the end goal is, you know, towards a cleaner society, this program, as it's drafted, doesn't accomplish that.
All right, so what I want to ask about is the specific question you received from the judge related to the idea that what if we allow people who don't want to adopt time of use to engage the program at a smaller rebate? Do you recall that specific question?
I do.
So my question to you is, based on everything you just said, if customers take this program and then don't use time of use rates, what happens?
We're out $250, again, to somebody that already has an EV car, and now is putting greater pressure potentially on peak usage. Literally every report, and there's been a lot of reports that we've talked about, points this out. You know, that the electric vehicle charging stations need to be married to strong price signals that are tied to time of use, or you're effectively, all you're doing is maintaining the current, you know, fossil fuel generation, and increasing the distribution investment that companies are able to collect, you know, their CapEx on. It's a cheat code. It's a cheat code for a non-essential service.
You were asked another question by the bench regarding a minimum period that you would want a customer to be on time of use. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Is there a way that we could calculate what the minimum time would need to be in order for the program to effectively pay for itself?
Well, there's two caveats to that. I mean, I've heard my understanding with staff's analysis, if I recall correctly, is it would take at least 20 years, and that's with some very strong assumptions about rate case timing and future plan investment. So 20 plus years, and that again with very strong assumptions. I don't think that's probably particularly attractive for a lot of people, which just underscores why this program doesn't make sense. And there's just better ways of doing this than just giving out money.
You were also asked by the bench a question regarding the free rider problem in relation to this residential rebate program. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I believe you might have already touched on this in the answer to my previous question, but this program is not going to, why will there still be a free rider program even if you adopt ChargePoint's recommendation to install an actual EV charger?
So, I mean, the easiest way to say this, and again, it goes to sort of the nonsensical issue here of, why you think about charging your phone. There's even batteries, that can allow you to charge quicker, slower. Absent any charging station, if you're an EV driver, it's going to take you a while to charge at home. If you're serious about it, if you're moving forward, you're going to be buying these things anyway. And, my understanding is that a number of EV models are even offering, this sort of equipment as part of their deal with buying cars. And to take it a step further, the technology is moving forward very quickly. But that's not really a free rider issue. The free rider issue comes down to this: is that people would do it anyway. I mean, people that value electric vehicles, that look at that as a status symbol, that look at it as something that's important, to the environment, or just a cool thing to do, will also take that next step and invest in the appropriate charging infrastructure for their home. Absent that, it is an inferior experience. I have a tough time seeing somebody spend the sort of money that is required for a lot of these cars and not doing that.
Thank you. Let's move on to the questions you received from counsel for Evergy. And these all particularly had to do with the assumptions regarding the number of EVs in Kansas City or greater Kansas City, Missouri territory. Do you recall this line of questioning?
I do.
So right at the forefront, because part of the discussion concerns some of the data from the AFDC.energy, which is the Alternative Fuel Data Center. Have you received an email from me that includes a copy of your work papers?
Yes.
And this is the work paper that counsel for Evergy was referencing in questioning you, right?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to go ahead and, again, procedurally, I'm not sure exactly how this works, but I'm going to ask that this be marked as OPC Exhibit 205. This is the work papers of Dr. Mark that was discussed during cross-examination.
All right, I've received them a minute ago from you. I don't know if the other parties have. Are you offering that now, Mr. Kleiser? I hear you offering it into evidence. Did you say that?
I had, apologies, I did not mean to step over you. I had not actually offered it. I was, at this point, sort of just asking it be marked, but I believe he has identified it. I could go ahead and offer it.
Well, that's up to you. I was just trying to clarify whether you had offered it, because my connection, well, my computer's dinging at me. There's a lot of stuff going on in my office that's noisy, just as you spoke. Okay, well, go ahead and qualify it with him, and when you're satisfied you've qualified it and lay your foundation, then you can offer it, and we'll see if there are any objections to it.
Your Honor, I guess I really have laid the foundation for it. Dr. Mark has identified it as work papers. This is what was discussed during the cross-examination. I'll go ahead and offer 205 just to expedite the situation.
Are there any objections to Exhibit 205?
Judge, this is Jim Fisher. I would clarify, I don't think I asked any questions about his work papers. I did ask questions about his footnote uh, in his testimony that may have referenced that, but I don't think I have an objection if they want to put it in.
All
Your
right,
Honor.
well, I know that I recall that he testified or at least offered something. I've heard something about work papers here, but what I'm also hearing you say is you have no objection to 205. Does anyone else have an objection to 205?
Judge Graham, this is Joe Halso for Sierra Club and NRDC. I haven't received this document. I wanted to clarify whether it has sources listed in it because I think I heard Dr. Mark testify with Mr. Fisher that he did not consider himself an expert in EV adoption forecasting or numbers. And so I want to know whether there's sources listed in this work paper.
Mr. Kleiser, can you address that?
Well, I can say that the source is clearly identified on the tab EV registration counts, and the Missouri EV registration tab was the information provided by the Department of Revenue as identified in footnote 14 of page 9 of the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Jeff Mark. Dr. Mark, please correct me if I misstated any of that.
There's nothing, the only correction that I would make is that these aren't forecast. These are empirical numbers that are provided by government agencies. These are just the numbers that exist. There's no forecast involved.
Okay, this is Joe Halso, Judge. I haven't seen it, but I'm satisfied with that explanation and sorry for misunderstanding the document. Appreciate it.
All right, the record will reflect then that exhibit 20, is it 205? 205 is received into evidence. You can go ahead, Mr. Kleiser.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was simply marking that on my page. All right, let's just start right off the bat with the lengthy math discussion that occurred with Mr. Fisher, counsel for Evergy. Do you believe that Mr. Fisher correctly computed or identified the math? Let me just leave it at that.
No. Mr. Fisher referenced the Evergy application that referenced that said that EPRI estimated these numbers by this date. What substantiates those numbers, what supports those numbers, I haven't seen any evidence for that. What Mr. Fisher then tried to do was walk back those numbers and say, isn't it possible that if we believe EPRI's numbers, that 50% of the Department of Energy's numbers that list all electric could also be a 50% hybrid? And there's a couple of problems with that. The first one is this: it would be very easy for any outsider to get mixed up when we talk about batteries, plug-in hybrids, or hybrids. There are three distinct types of cars. Only two of them require an EV charging station. The third one doesn't. And the third one is all gasoline that's able to go ahead and use its powertrain to go ahead and generate electricity to offset that gasoline, but it's not actually hooked up to an EV charging station. Now, all of that information was provided, and it's in my work papers, from the Department of Revenue, and it breaks it down by county and by category. Those numbers, and the easy way to do the sanity check, and again, it'll be in the record, so people can do this at home. You can just total up the overall EV count, whether it's battery, plug-in, and look at the plug-in hybrid and cross-reference that with the other tab, which is the Department of Energy. And what you find is that it's a couple hundred off. And that couple hundred off can easily be explained because the Department of Revenue's numbers come from October, and the Department of Energy's numbers come from December. It's absolutely reasonable to expect that there were probably 200 more cars that were purchased in the state of Missouri that would have used the EV charging station. So this is the only empirical numbers that are out there. If I were to take what Mr. Fisher said, I mean, first of all, I would have to look at data that I haven't had the opportunity to look at. And it would run counter to what is being reported, by the government, by two sets of governments at this point. So I'm at a loss as to, how Evergy is coming up with their numbers. But even if we just concede it and say, you know what, Jeff, you're wrong. There were, in the couple of months that are in question here, there were thousands and thousands of electric vehicle adoption in the greater Kansas City area. It would still be below what their EPRI projections are. I mean, like, these are very low numbers, and we're talking about like a half of a half of a half of a percent. Like, they're so low. And it doesn't negate the fact, again, nobody's using the charging stations. Nobody. Like, that's not covering its cost of service. I mean, I think I used the phrase, this is a case study in what not to do. The empirical evidence substantiates that. And the company had an opportunity to reply to all of this data in Sir rebuttal and didn't.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned a few things I want to clean up really quick. You identified 3 different types of vehicles, and then you mentioned one of them used the powertrain to recharge the battery. So for the sake of the record, which one of the 3 is that?
It's called a hybrid electric vehicle, or an HEV. Okay. The only way I could get to where Mr. Fisher's math might be correct is if they count those types of vehicles. The problem with that is those types of vehicles wouldn't use the Clean Charge Network.
Okay. I think you mentioned December, and I wanted to clarify that too. According to your work paper, this was last updated June of 2021. Is that correct?
You're right. Yeah, June of 2021. That's what my work papers say. That's what the website says. I got mixed up.
All right, and then the last thing, just to clarify for the record, with regard to the data you received from the Missouri Department of Revenue, the difference between battery and plug-in, and I believe that you testified to this to Mr. Fisher, but I want to make sure this is correct. Battery is BEVs and plug-in is the PHEVs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that was all clear for the record. Let's move on to the questions from counsel for Sierra Club. You had some fairly long discussion regarding several studies that were performed or discussed in this hearing with the counsel for Sierra Club. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Can you just summarize what the bottom line is that you take away from all the studies that you've reviewed regarding promotion of electric vehicles?
Yes. So those studies look at, and they're plural studies, so the depth that each individual study might go into on a particular topic is going to vary. But they're looking at EV charging stations, they're looking at prices, they're looking at adoption, they're looking at usage, they're looking at all sorts of different characteristics to make sense of how to promote and move forward with electrifying the transportation network. We're gravitating towards a very narrow niche, which is just the EV charging stations themselves. The end result on that particular point from these studies is that a ubiquitous charging network is not necessary, like gas stations, because 85% or more charge from home. And, from the Academy of Science, for them to categorically say that, federal funding at the time isn't warranted because we can't draw a good, strong conclusion, or we can't draw any conclusion between EV adoption and EV charging stations. Like, to me, that's the more pertinent point, because these programs in this portfolio, that's all we're talking about is EV charging stations. If we had a docket that was talking exclusively about, affordable rates, which is a huge topic for the National Academy of Science, that would be another element.
I believe you were also asked a question from Sierra Club regarding the interest of Sierra Club in this docket. How do you view Sierra Club's interest in this docket?
I think, well, when I was asked the question by Mr. Woodsmall, I think my exact answer was that they provided sort of a macro level environmental perspective. My understanding of the Sierra Club is that they're moving towards, they're environmentalist. They're trying to curb carbon emissions. And that tailpipe, that transportation is an important part of getting to that net zero carbon world. The big, if the big issue, and this is expressed in Sierra Club's testimony, you know, when they're supporting time of use rates and saying how, you know, just load building for the sake of load building doesn't do anything with absent time of use rates. And we take it a step further, if we're not doing this correctly, if we're not doing this wisely, we're keeping those coal plants open longer. And that would run counter to my understanding of what Sierra Club's mission is. The fact that Evergy has already publicly stated that they're going to keep Lawrence Energy Center open, their big coal plant, on for a long period, longer than they had initially announced, should give Sierra Club and any reasonable environmentalist pause in promoting a load building program. It is all of those things, and the opportunity cost in trying to solve those answers matter. So just needlessly increasing rates and throwing money at things without rhyme or reason, and that runs counter to the existing pilot studies and the empirical evidence, is not a good use towards getting to that net zero outcome.
Thank you. Let's move on to the questions you received from the Council for Missouri Energy, sorry, MECG. You were asked a question regarding the developer rebate program resulting in free ridership. Do you recall that?
I do.
Are there other problems with the developer rebate program beyond the mere free ridership, though?
The program itself is a nonsensical program. You know, let's put a sticker on, you know, to encourage you charging at a different hour. There's no sanity check. There's no quality assurance effectively in the developer program. So the free rider issue, just throwing money at, you know, at something that should naturally occur. No check to see if this isn't going into plugging in an RV, for an example. So all of those things, honestly, it looks like just a red herring. It looks like something that's easy for the commission to go ahead and say, well, we're not going to give you the developer, but we'll give you something else.
You were also asked a question from Council for MECG regarding the 2016 report and order. I believe the case number ER 2016-0285. Do you recall that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to pause here for just a moment. It is my understanding that there has been a request the Commission take official administrative notice of the 2015 report and order, which, as I understand it, the Commission has taken under advisement. For the sake of completeness, I would request that the Commission similarly take official administrative notice of the ER 2016-0285 report and order, or in the alternative, to the portion directly related to the Clean Charge Network that was discussed in the testimony and cross-examination today. And I fully understand that the Commission will reach the same conclusion as it had with the 2015.
Okay, your request is noted.
Thank you. What is your general takeaway regarding the 2016 report and order as it relates to the Clean Charge Network, Dr. Mark?
Allowing utilities to recover costs for electric vehicle charging stations and plant creates regulatory barriers for new entries, unfairly punishes existing competition, and shifts risk from shareholders to ratepayers. And this is verbatim from that report and order. I think it's highly inaccurate and arguably disingenuous for the company to come out here and imply that the commission is 100% behind nonsensical programs that just shift, you know, risk onto ratepayers. I also think that the idea behind, you know, and I couch that by saying clearly our commission supports sound EV adoption. the fact that they agreed to, an Ameren stipulation, that all parties agreed to, the fact that we've had multiple workshop dockets about how to move forward with this, all of those should be more than enough positive, signals to negate any sort of decisional prudence.
Well, you've actually premeditated, you've predicted my next question, which was regard to the question regarding decisional prudence you received from counsel for MECG. And just to briefly reiterate, it is your opinion that the Evergy does not need guidance from the commission on this because they've already received guidance through past decisions. Is that a fair assessment of what you just stated?
It is.
Thank you. There was quite a few questions, discussion regarding the affordability of rates. I believe counsel for MECG asked you directly regarding the affordability of Evergy's rates. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Do you believe that the difference in rates between Evergy and Ameren service territories has affected EV adoption?
I do. And it's not just that, but it's yes. I mean, let's customers are paying a lot more for energy on the west side of the state than they are on the east side of the state. And I have every reason to believe with their upcoming STP outline, with the Storm Uri cost, this is just going to be exacerbated. That absolutely will have an impact on EV adoption. And it's regressive. And I can't stress this enough, that the vast majority of customers that have taken advantage of this, and this is in my testimony, that take advantage of the EV tax credits are affluent. They make more money than the average household makes in this state. And, hats off to Ameren for, has been good in addressing low income issues and trying to deal with arrearages and disconnects. And you counter that with a company like Evergy, where we ended up having to go to hearing over a COVID AAO, over specifically whether or not the company and shareholders would be able to foot half of a arrearage program that ratepayers were willing to go ahead and subsidize too. I mean, we went to hearing over that, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what we're talking about here, which is giving $500 a pop to ratepayers that already have EVs. This, I don't know how good conscious you can sit here and say that this is somehow equitable or in the best interest of ratepayers. And people will suffer because of it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mark. I'm going to move on to the questions you received from the staff of the Public Service Commission. You were asked a question regarding third-party charging providers and how that would help or hinder competition. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall in your answer you discussed the potential for obsolescence of technology?
I do.
Does that issue regarding obsolescence of technology also play into the other parts of the proposed program?
Absolutely.
How so?
So the big issue is I'm not sure how it would play into the developer. I mean, the developer just doesn't make sense. So I guess I would concede on the developer in terms of the residential. It's just quite simply that the technology is just going to improve, and we're seeing that on a daily basis. Maybe not a daily basis, that's exaggerating, but you look at where things were at 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when the company first started their clean charge network to today. And if you wanted to take a bet, and just a reasonable bet, because that's effectively what the company's asking ratepayers to do here, is make a bet on their captive dollars on what is going to be the best technology to induce EV adoption moving forward and have that in there. This isn't it. The clearest example I would point to again is Finland. That's already looking towards inductive wireless charging, or it's utilizing that. And you could Google that very thing right now, and you can find all sorts of articles about how that's moving forward. The fact that ABB has already come up with a more efficient, quicker charging station underscores that. This is a real risk to captive command control ratepayers, not a risk to the market. All right, that's what the market's supposed to do. And the commission was consistent in that rate case report and order that you cited earlier, making that very statement.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. Now, you had mentioned in conversation with staff counsel the group Elliott Management. Just for the sake of the record, to make sure it's complete, can you very briefly describe who or what Elliott Management is and their relationship to this case?
Elliott Management is a large investment firm. It's also been characterized as an activist investment firm. They hold a significant stake of Evergy shares and has garnered considerable amount of public attention and commission dockets in both Kansas and in Missouri about their interest in increasing the valuation of Evergy and whether or not that increase in the valuation of Evergy is tied to prudent investment or not.
Thank you. You were asked a question from staff counsel regarding the ICF cost benefit analysis. Do you recall this line of questioning?
I do.
Is your opinion that if the commission approves this program, they're similarly approving this type of study?
Yes.
And do you see a problem with that? Apologies, I didn't mean to speak over you.
Yes. I would implore, and I've been doing this in multiple cases with this company, that we're just throwing money again at studies that tell us the most obvious of conclusions. And the ICF study, and we had ICF issues with Ameren too, in that docket. So maybe there's a running theme here. But if they approve this program, they would also be approving the funds that supported the conclusion. And again, the conclusion being having EVs is good. No comment on the actual proposal or portfolio.
Thank you. Your Honor, if you'll permit me 1 minute, I'm going to review my notes, but I believe I may be at the end of my cross. Please give me a minute.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Your Honor. And I meant to say redirect, but I believe I have concluded my redirects.
All right. Well, I believe that concludes the testimony in this case. I'm reviewing the schedule. We have an operation of law date on these tariff sheets of January 24th, 2022, according to what I'm seeing. The hearing initially was scheduled for October 12th and 13th, and we're out 6 days from that. So we've lost some time there, and the initial briefs are due pursuant to the current order on November 5th, with reply briefs due on November the 19th. The extent to which all of that will be affected, we'll just have to see for a bit. In other words, I'm not going to do anything from the bench here orally that endeavors to modify that. But obviously, I'm recognizing that we're thrown back 6 days in our schedule in doing things here. And we're going to have transcripts coming in. We'll have to see when they come in. Let's take one thing at a time here with respect to exhibits. I've been watching you folks send me exhibits here this afternoon. I believe that in every instance where you've offered an exhibit, it's been received into the evidence. We had some discussion, but ultimately, I don't believe any objection has been made after explanations to any exhibit, and I believe that every exhibit that's been offered is in. I recite that. Go ahead.
Kleiser from OPC.
Yep. Yes.
I didn't know if you were about to make an exception. Let me wait until you're finished. I apologize. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I was going to say I don't believe staff has offered their exhibits yet. I just put that out there. They reserved that till they got done. The statement made by counsel a number of times, perhaps I did not hear, or perhaps I'm not understanding what I'm hearing on the phone and so forth, but I did have a question in my mind as to whether staff had offered all of its exhibits. But where I was going to go with this is that I'll be issuing an order in the next day that upon reflection that clarifies this, I anticipate ordering that the parties confer and file a joint list of exhibits that have been presented and accepted into evidence. In that regard, I'll be issuing an order that requires you to confer on exactly which orders you wish for me to take official notice of. And I would remind you that I do not think under the law a Missouri tribunal such as this is can simply officially notice an event in a Kansas, for example, administrative agency. Not to say that that stipulation cannot be received into evidence, but I don't think that we can make it a part of our record simply by judicially or officially noticing it. So there's going to be a separate category that involves official orders from Kansas and reports and orders and some such that have been entered here in the state of Missouri that you've asked the commission officially to notice and that I've taken under advisement. And I'm going to be asking you to lay out specifically for me what you want the commission officially to notice. Now, if you want the entire report and order or an entire order officially noticed, so be it. You can ask that. So I'm just kind of going through some matters here. Do any of you have any observations or questions or suggestions at this point?
Yes, Your Honor, this is John Kleiser from OPC.
Go ahead.
I would note that I do not believe that the Evergy Exhibit 8 was ever actually taken up for consideration. And my recollection was that it was offered effectively almost at the end of the hearing as such as it was on Wednesday of last week with the statement that it would be taken up after the break, and then the commission ultimately decided to postpone the remainder of the hearing until today. So
I have that. Yes, I think Mr. Steiner sent it to me again a little while ago, or Mr. Fisher did, one or the other.
Yes, Judge, this is Jim Fisher. Mr. Kleiser is correct. We discussed Exhibit 8, but we never really got to a resolution. That is the document that goes with the Kansas stipulation. The original stipulation required the company to supply additional details to the KCC staff and the consumer advocate there related to the customer education and marketing program. Exhibit 8 is that document, and if I didn't ask for it, I'd ask it to be admitted into the record.
I have it open in front of me here. Two things in that regard. One, ask you all the exhibits before I forget. I would ask that all exhibits, after they've been received in evidence, be filed in EFS. Now, if there are confidentiality issues, we can take that up in the usual way when we file confidential documents or documents that have to be protected. But overall, let's get them into EFS. Now, specifically with respect to Exhibit 8, which I have in front of me, and the title at the top, I'm showing or the first line is Evergy's Customer Education / Outreach of Transportation Electrification Programs and Rates. Are there any objections from any party to the admission of that exhibit number 8, into evidence?
Your Honor, the OPC did have a tentative objection to this exhibit, and it's premised on the fact that both OPC and staff, to my knowledge, has criticized the company for failing to provide additional detail regarding its education program. And the OPC objects to the extent that this exhibit is offered to supplement the company's initial application in this regard. If the commission will note for the record that this exhibit is not part of the official application in Missouri and was never presented to the stakeholders in Missouri prior to this hearing, I don't know that this issue necessarily would prohibit taking up the exhibit, but I wanted to state for the record that concern.
Well stated. That's a good concern. That's a good argument. Is that a proper objection to an exhibit? You have an objection to the exhibit as such, distinct from your argument about, its relationship to the application and so forth. Do you have any objection to the exhibit itself? I understand that you have arguments about it.
I mean, I guess I could qualify it as a relevance exhibit, a relevance objection, but I'll just stand on my previous arguments for the most part.
Well, I recall you and many other lawyers asking many questions about the Kansas stipulation or the Kansas partial stipulation. And so I think the door is open on this. That objection's going to be overruled. Any other? All right. Exhibit 8 is received into the record. Now let me address staff's counsel. Help me. Have you offered all of the exhibits? Has the staff offered its exhibits at this point? Have I lost staff's counsel? Have I lost everybody?
Judge, I can still hear you. Kleiser from OPC.
Are you and I,
Judge.
Mr. Fisher, are we the only 3 on the phone?
No, it would appear that everyone is here.
Is staff's counsel on the phone with us or in the hearing?
She's on her screen, Judge.
Nicole, for whatever reason, we can't hear you.
Well, if she hasn't offered her exhibits, I'll enter an order that allows her to, and the order will contemplate any further objections. It'll contemplate any after post-hearing exhibits that someone wants to present. Are there any other matters at this point?
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is staff counsel again. Can you hear me now?
Who is this? Is this staff counsel?
Yes.
All right. Well, I can hear you now, but I don't know. Have you been able to hear us right along
I
here?
was able to hear. I was able to hear you guys when the question was asked about the testimony, and then I disconnected to try to see if I could fix it on my end, and it fortunately looks like I have. But in response to the question that you asked, staff did enter both Exhibit 100 and 101 during the direct of Ms. Robin Clee-Sermis, and you accepted those. There were no objections.
All right. All right. And you didn't have any other exhibits that I recall.
No, we did not, sir.
All right. Now, aside from taking official notice of some orders that have been entered, reports and orders and whatnot here in the state of Missouri, And aside from the question of what we are going to do, if anything, about the Kansas stipulation, it's my belief and understanding that all exhibits now that anyone wants offered are offered and have been accepted. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about that?
I do have one question. This is Kleiser from OPC. You had previously stated, Your Honor, that you would like all parties to file copies of the exhibits in EFIS. That is not a problem. My question to you is, does that include the pre-filed testimony, which is already in EFIS? In other words, should we refile pre-filed testimony in EFIS under an exhibit number?
Yes. I'll enter an order on that, but that's an excellent question. And that's the way I want it done. It may seem redundant, but and even repetitious, but it will make EFIS absolutely clear that we have Exhibit 100 in there, and it's designated as Exhibit number 100, and so forth and so on in EFIS. So thank you for that question. Anything
well, I
else?
have one other question, and I apologize for being so difficult. The work papers of Dr. Mark are native file Excel. Does it matter to the commission whether they're filed as an Excel file in EFIS, or should I publish it as a PDF? I can alternatively do both, and of course, this doesn't need to be answered now. The commission would like to think on it. This is a minor point.
I want to think about it. I want to check with our data center. They may have some specific technical concern that I need to be made aware of. All right, are there any other matters?
Your Honor, yes, this is Joe also for Sierra Club NRDC. With respect to briefing schedule, should we understand your comments to mean you're inclined to push it back but have yet to determine how long or how many days, or should we understand your comments to mean you haven't decided if you will change it or not?
Well, what my inclination is to find out what you all want to do. It occurs to me, I was studying on this and thinking about this as the hearing was winding up. And one thing that occurred to me, of course, was that you would just like to get your briefs in pursuant to the current briefing schedule and just deal with it with some of your time curtailed. But an unknown here, an unknown in all of this is when exactly the transcript will be ready to go. We had a lot of drama last week in this hearing, and so we have a variable in here, and I want to see where that lands. I'm not going to pinch you guys and tell you that you have to have your briefs in 72 hours or something. So I'm sorry to talk around your question with my answer, but I want to be able, I want to get good briefs from you. I need good briefs from you. So if you want to discuss this and go ahead and agree among yourselves to an extension, go ahead and ask. We would, you've lost 6 days here. I wouldn't anticipate that you'd want to add more than 6 days to your briefing schedule. Weekends were involved in that, but we've got to keep that operation of law date in mind. And one thing that I've always got to keep in mind too is when reports and order will issue with respect to when they're effective, 30 days, 10 days, whatever. There's a lot of scheduling that's involved there, and I've got a drop dead date and operation of law date on January 22nd to deal with. So that's the long answer to your question. I don't have an inclination at this point as a direct answer to your question because of the question of when this transcript is going to be ready to go.
I'm going to try my best. November 2nd. End of business day.
All right. Well, I wasn't prodding you with all of that.
I've requested many days off.
I was trying to recognize that you are in this conversation. Anything else, gentlemen and ladies? Well, with that, we will conclude the hearing and go off the record. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Someone give me the acronym for PISA. I can never remember that one.